Oh, I went down south for to see my side, singing Polly Wally Doodle all the day. My side is a spunky gal, singing Polly Wally Doodle all the day. Very well, very well, very well, my fairy face. For I'm gonna lose, and I'm gonna see my Susie, and Polly Wally Doodle all the day. So she's a maiden fair, singing Polly Wally Doodle all the day. With curly eyes and laughing hair, singing Polly Wally Doodle all the day. Fairly well, fairly well, fairly well, my fairy face. For I'm going to, and I'm going to see my Susie, and sing Polly Wally Doodle all the day. Oh, grass hoppers sitting on a railroad track, sing doodle all the day. Oh, picking his teeth with a carpet tack, singing Polly Wally Doodle all the day. Fairly well, fairly well, fairly well, my fairy face. For I'm going to Louisiana, gonna see Susie, yeah. Polly Wally Doodle all day. Oh, behind the barn, down on my knees, singing Polly Wally Doodle all the day. I thought I heard chicken sneezing, Polly Wally Doodle all the day. Fairly well, fairly well, fairly well, my fairy face. For I'm gonna lose it, so I'm gonna see Susie, yeah, sing Polly Wally Doodle all day. Oh, cockle, see fine lady. Ride a carcass to Berry Cross, see white lady upon a wild horse, dreams on her feet, bells on her toes, yeah, music where she goes. All around the cobbler's bench, the monkey chased the weasel. The monkey thought 'twas all in fun, but goes the weasel. Penny for a spool thread, a penny for a needle. That's the way the money goes. Pop goes the weasel. Rufus has a whooping cough and Sally has the measles. That's the way the money goes. Pop goes the weasel. A penny for a spool of thread, a penny for a needle. That's the way the money goes. Pop goes the weasel. the long line. Foreskin Mountain, Drybone, Foreskin Mountain, Drybone, Foreskin Mountain. Plumbline Drive, Drybone, Foreskin Mountain. All around the cobbler's bench, the monkey chased the weasel. The monkey thought 'twas all in fun, but goes the weasel. A penny for a spool of thread, a penny for a needle. That's the way the money goes. Pop goes the weasel. Gotta put that up. The other one cut off. This little heifer had roast beef, and this little heifer had none. And this little heifer went way all the way to home. I do that. If you stare at screens all day, you get you some glasses, like any kind of sunglasses, and it'll keep the glare off. You get headaches if you read. The other one cut off. We was talking about delos and Greek delos or something. I put this up where we get started. I don't know how to work. Introduction. No more graphic and stirring narrative than that in which Xenophon traces the fortune of the 10,000. The 10,000 was ever written. One of the most valuable documents of antiquity. This goes on as a talk page. The Anabasis. And Alexander the Great, for the most part. It might work. There's all different size writing. Some of these are like even, oh, that's probably the size of that little bitty screen. prop her up. Yeah, Delos is on Greek. And I cut off. After I taught 10 minutes, cooked dinner, there's a pile here. And this was interesting. It was, it had a bunch of, these were dukes of the sons of Esau. And they had different ones. And there was some daughters. They were similar dukes. And the dukes, the daughter of Anna, Esau's wife. These are the sons of Esau who is Edom, and these are the dukes. These are the sons of Seir that were who would have the land, Lothan and Shapur. Dukes of yeah. And these were the sons of the daughter of Anath, daughter of Eusebian, Esau's wife. There's a he-man down here too. They have the same names on both sides, if you ever pay attention. And she bare to Esau Jews. Oh. Put that now. But yeah, but that's where it stops off. I ain't put it up. This would be like giving up their time wholly to the study of philosophy, not of that sort of philosophy which word catchers and sophists seek to reduce to a system, selling doctrines and reasons as they would other venerable things in the market. Men who owe you earth and sun employ philosophy against philosophy, and yet never wear a blush on their countenance, but who apply themselves to the kindred philosophy which they make in a component parts, intention, words, and actions, all united in one species in order to that acquisition and enjoyment of happiness. Same definitions as an Epicurean in somebody's definition book. Now regarding the seventh day on their calendar, who were present even more than their ears went forth through the middle of the camp to pick up sticks. When all the people in the camp were perfectly quiet doing nothing, and even while he was committing the iniquity, was seen a detective, all disguise being impossible. For some persons, having gone forth out of the gates, quiet spot, that they might pray in some retired and peaceful place, see the most unholy spectacle, namely this man carrying a faggot of sticks,
and being very indignant, were about to put him to death. But reasonings with himself, they restrained the violence of the wrath. They might not appear as they were private persons to chastise one rather than the magistrates, and that too uncondemned, though indeed in other respects the transgressions was manifest and undeniable, which also no pollutant arises from an execution, even though most righteously inflicted, should defile the sacred day. On somebody's calendar. And, but it basically says they're gonna but rather to the graces and beauties of nature, which it calls to shine upon men, that through the bounty of nature and the seeds which are grown to produce necessary food, mankind are brought to perfection. And the fruit of trees in their prime, which is the second importance only to necessary crops, is engendered by the same power, being second importance, and it ripens late. For we understand nature. I got some markers. I got a book. That's what it was about anyway. Forget the other one. But I got a book I got to open. Still got plastic on it. I've had about 20 years to 15 years. Had it 15 years. Haven't taken plastic off of it yet. That's what I got to do. Oh, but yeah, Delos was in, but it wasn't Delos. But it was something that just reminded me of the word. The last one with the heifer cut out. It was, for the places within the walls as being filled with all kinds of animals were held in suspicion by them by reason of the diseases and deaths of some, and the cursed actions of those who were in health. The islands of Pharos lies in front of Alexandria. The neck of it runs out like a sort of tongue towards the city. The island of Pharos is not Delos, but there's a Pharos in the island. It's in Cyprus too. It's all over. Geography. The neck which runs out like a sort of tongue towards the city. Well, if Alexander is over, then there's one island, but there's other islands. Some are bigger than others. And Crete's over to the other side. So the great noise and roaring from the beating of the waves is kept at a considerable distance, and so mitigated. They judge this place to be most suitable of all the spots in the neighborhood for them to enjoy quiet and tranquility in, so they might associate with the laws alone in their minds. And there they remained. In this they entreated God, and he assented to their prayers, that the greater part, indeed universal race, mankind, might be benefited by using the philosophical, entirely beautiful commandments for the correction of lies. Oh yeah, that was one here. Oh, was there a picture? I gotta go back. It would be then Darius the king, then the province submitted to me. It was done by me. And Aratia says Darius the king, when I was in Persia and Media for the second time the Babylonians revolted from me. A man named Archas, as Mechit, the son of Henophix, arose, a district of Babylon, renamed the bands. From thence he arose. Thus he falsely declared, I am so-and-so, I am. Then the state of Babylon revolted from me. I went over to that Arachas. He seized on Babylon. He became king of Babylon. It says, Darius the king. Then I sent an army to Babylon. A man named Esphres, a Mede, one of my subjects. Him I made the leader. Thus I said to him, Go forth, smite that Babylonian state. Does not acknowledge me. Then Instaffairs with his army marched to Babylon, and done some, helped me by the grace of some isotopes, and they probably had wine, took Babylon, and on a day and a month, then it was defeated that rebel people in somebody's dictionary. And it's interesting because one group of rebels at 200, if they're called the rebels at 100, they're the opposite people. It says Darius the king. This is what done in Babylonia. It says Darius the king. What is he doing? I'm Bars, the son of Sirius. Kings rebelled against me, and he fought. Thus he said, I'm king. See? He caused Susan to revolt from me. Another was named Nespethus, a Babylonian. He said he was from this. And then that caused Babylon to revolt. And another was another one. It was Persian. He spoke lies. He said this, I'm King of Sasanian. He caused Susanna to revolt. Another was named for him, a Mede. He spake lies. Thus he said, I'm Xanthres, the race of the Nazoreans. He caused Media to revolt. And they just kept causing him to revolt. Yeah. There was one of those. And they, what's interesting is, as for the constitution of the Athenians and the type or manner of constitution which they made chosen. I pray at night, insofar as I praise. And the very choice involves the welfare of certain folk as opposed to that of the better class. I repeat, I withhold my so far, but given the fact, so says the steersman. The boatswain, lieutenant, lookout man, crow. I didn't forget the shipwright. These are the people. The swan. It's a boat swan. Let me do it one more time. Shipway. Steersman. And with Darius and the Constitution, and then the Spartan Constitution, and the Constitution of Athens, and especially the coins. And Cleopatra, the Valley of the Nile, parentage and birth of Cleopatra. The story of Cleopatra is a story of crime and a narrative, of course, consequences of unlawful love. In her strange and romantic history, we see the passion portrayed, the most complete and graphic fidelity, and its influences and efforts and effects. Its uncontrollable impulses, its intoxicating joys, its reckless and mad career, and the dreadful remorse and ultimate despair and ruin in which it always and inevitably ends. Yeah, too much is bad. This is to be Epicurean too. Cleopatra was by birth an Egyptian, and ancestry and descent she was a Greek. That's why Alexander and the delta of the Nile formed the scene of the most important events and incidents in her history. It was the blood of Macedon which flowed in her veins. Her character and action are marked by the genius. This is cool right here. Canada, Pop Goes the Weasel. Yeah, I had to put that up and follow to the matters which were to be explained. For just as I suppose the things which are proved in geometry and logic do not admit any variety of explanation, but the proposition which is set forth from the beginning remains unaltered. The matter I conceived in these men find words precisely and literally correspondent to all things, which words were alone the greatest possible degree destined to explain with clearness and force the matters which desired to reveal. There is very evident proof of this, for if Chaldeans were to learn the Greek language, and if Greeks were to learn the Chaldean, and if each were to meet with those scriptures in both languages, namely the Chaldean translated version, they would admire and reverence him both as sisters, or rather as one and same, both in their fact and in their language. On which account, even to this very day, there is every year a solemn assembly held and a festival celebrated in the island of Pharos, to which not only the Jews, but a great number of persons from all other nations sail across, reverencing the place in which the first light of interpretation shone forth, and thanking God for that ancient place, beneficence, which was always young and fresh. After the prayers and giving thanks, they pitched their tents on the shore, all the lades, and some of them lay down without any tents in the open air on the sand of the shore, and feasted with their relations and friends, thinking the shore for a time a more beautiful abode than the furniture of the king's palace. They were Epicureans too in their definition. In this day those admirable and most desirable laws were made to the people, whether private individuals or king, and this too at a period when the nation had not been prosperous for a long time. In general case, the cloud is thrown over affairs. They were making from fresh start to begin to improve, increase, and they got people jealous of them. Man, they be tearing stuff up. Sons of guns. This was the table of contents. There's publishers and on cherubim and there's Philo and angels. And they can give their opinion about what a rebel is from 100 years apart, whether you call him a whatever. But the Delos. Oh yeah, the new Austrian emperor. Francis Joseph I, whose mother had introduced her husband to abdicate in favor of their son in 1848, disliked Nicholas, even though they shared similar ideologies. Francis Joseph restored the empire, centralizing control of Vienna. Yeah. Going to have the Genevieve Company, collective antagonism against Russia. The Tsar culminated in Nicholas' greatest catastrophes in the Crimean War. Like many others, the war started over a relatively minor incident. Since 1840, a dispute between the Orthodox and the Romans over control of some of the certain places in the certain places. By the 50s, a few years later, 10, 15 years later, Louis Napoleon, who is now called Napoleon III, defended the Roman, and Nicholas overreacted. Then another 15 years later, no, just not half that long, the Tsar sent an emissary to Constantinople with a demand that the Ottoman Sultan Abdulmajid I, who ruled special persons and places that they wanted, settled the dispute in favor of one certain group. So one group said they didn't get favored as much, and the Sultan feared the Russian Tsar and went on. Then they quabbled, and they kicked the can down the road. However, Sultan, they demanded, and somebody got played. That's what they do. They played three sides. And explicit began Orthodox citizens and Russian troops. It was bad. We gotta put that up. Oh, that was Romanovs. Oh, Nicholas. Yeah. All the way back. Yeah, that's the one. I gotta take the plastic off of it. Oh, check that out. Oh, I'm gonna put it right there. Oh, I'm gonna put this up. We gotta open it up though. Oh yeah. I barely got enough light. It's been sealed. Luckily, that's good if you don't get them wet. But, Delos. If I could find, there's a map in here. It's kind of neat. But hard to tell. Just a long snout. Stork full of herons. What's that? Some more than others. But, yeah, I could go ahead and get that over with. Stuff like this. So you see it. You think, whoa. And then, it says fragments of Greek. So much. Mosaic floor. It says in Greek inscription. And at one time it said 2 BC. And now it says 5-6 AD. Dominated after the visit. A funerary inscription for Marinus. It says dominated the inscription on the basis of higher criticism, which means that it was not a mosaic but a stone. 2. But in Greek. So they like to keep that gap. And then with the fine print, usually the temple inscription, dedicated, inscribed on limestone plaque, similar to something like this. You might see he's got all this stuff, hieroglyphics, and whether it's Punic, whether it's linear B that ends up being whatever, Phoenician and Cretan all around to Greek and Latin. And conveniently you see it, but without the fine print, it's neat. The lower part of the stone has been lost. Wow. And that's interesting because, see, these are papers. And when you ever get a paper, you get a paper, and then something's gone. So you get a paper. You can have lots of papers. Matter of fact, you can have 100 sources. If they're all wrong, they're wrong. And what's funny is the manner and definitions. But, yeah, but the Delos and Pharaohs, it's not the same, but the alphabet. This is just for children. You professionals need to go somewhere. But, yeah, I didn't mean to stop on other. But, true myths upon the myths had come down to him through the centuries. Homer added much was his own, his treatment of the main theme in both poems, as well as the individual episodes as far sensitive and perspective. Took at primitive tales of monsters and cannibals and desperate risk, and living them with a generous and tender vision of life. In earlier visions of the tale, Achilles was no doubt warrior who killed his enemy Hector, then mutilated the body, silent drunk. Yeah, wore him out. This is probably going to be 5 hours, because I ain't even got to the thing yet, and I ain't finished the last one cut off. 20 minutes. But just a minute. I like that. There's a bunch of C's in here. But see, the thing is, when you're dealing with not having index notes, or something is not having an animal on a coin. You have corn. Oh yeah, but when the Persians first attacked mainland Greece in 500 BC, the philosopher Confucius above was teaching in China. And how the similarities with Zoroaster and Moses, Lusal party. It's interesting because over here, this is a cool story. I was showing her about mask. And when you're dealing with the mask, different aspects of it, and where they originate. And it wasn't until around the turn of the first century, it says Buddhism was introduced to China by traders traveling the Silk Road from India and Central Asia during the first century. Which tells you that if there was any type of Buddhism real, it would be before then. But the location on the Silk Road, it's not a red sacrifice pillar, but could be. It says, but the most significant influence on Chinese development. was in the 1st century. Introduction of Buddhism. That is until the 20th century, and the introduction of Marxism and Leninism. And mask. Samurais. Those early ones. And there's some in here. Yeah, Samaria was a place. It was Greek. Everybody's Epicurean, right? But that was just a side quest, because it was in Greece. Introduction. Oh, going on way before the turn of the century, because right here, it's got 500 BC. So, well, it's ultimately, there were leagues. Each member of the league agreed to contribute ships. Ultimately, Athens' dominance, the league resulted in its becoming the ruler of the league. And with the people sending gifts there to service the temple. Still in 500 BC, 455. These things, half of them can get gone. That's what the book said. Oh, my back. This is what it's all about, though. Gotta put it up. Oh, we're going. Oh, glasses. And get my highlighters out. It was so neat. I said, you ain't happy to get some? Because as soon as I open it, I'm going to do some special mark. They set up straw mans that make them break them down. Those dirty, rotten scoundrels. Look at them burning that down right there. See? And like a lot of places, here's the Indian Ocean. Down here, we have like Alexandria. So, from all the way to the end of Bactria. So if something was controlled, even if it's maybe capital is way over here, if it's under this control and slowly gets recycled from other places, if nothing else, just having children. And then going anywhere. Obviously, Arab, just like another lung. Then this could be called just Alexandria. Because sending money from here to here is magnified compared to here to over here. Because they send them here too. See, where's the island? There's the other Alexander, right? Yeah. Yeah. The Adriatic and the Aegean. All were Epicureans and thieves. So if I'm going from here to here, oh yeah, that'd be way down here on the page. Dirty, rotten scoundrels. Dirty, rotten scoundrels. Burning stuff down. There's a ticket slot right there. That's how they vote right there. Select the juries. This dude has a slingshot. They did. They burned her down. Southwest Fountain House. The Men. Illegal Law Courts. Altar of the 12. 500 BC, formation of the League of Greek States. Hearing the Persians protect himself from Persian reprisals, the Delian League, as it came to be called, including Greek cities, Asia Minor, and the Aegean Islands, some towns of Provinces and Thrace, and most of the island of Euboea. In other words, most of the Greek states and around the Aegean. Oh, that had something to do with Alexander, though. He went all the way over there. I mean, the league's treasury was kept on the sacred island of Delos, side of a major shrine to Apollo. Delos was also the meeting place for the league's council. Each member had an equal voice, but right from the beginning, Athens dominated. It was willing to shoulder the heaviest burdens. Sent him over to the temple. Athens was thus, with all intents and purposes, mistress of the Aegean. Yeah. Well, I guess they could have prayed harder, or it was just time. Ultimately, Athens' dominance of the league, become ruler of the league, 3 ranks as equals, but in time, There were only three: Chios, Lesbos, and Samos. The rest paid tribute. They supported the Athenian garrison. Drybone, 500 BC. At least takes up a few pages. Yeah, I put that up. Oh. Yeah. Noise. This is wonderful. This, ecclesiastical, what is it, Chronicles. It's older ones. And, I've enjoyed that. Oh. Delos. What was that? Get off the roast beef heifer. Had none. So I can go wee all the way home. So it was deemed by the Carthaginians that Hanno to undertake a voyage beyond the Pillars of Hercules and found cities. He sailed accordingly 60 ships, 50 oared, a body of men and women, thousands, past Pillar. Found the parts of Libya which lie beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which he deposited in the temple of Saturn. It says, first I sound the obscurity of ancient chaos, how the elements were ordered and the heaven reduced, bound, and the generation of the wide bosom earth, the depths of the sea, Nero's love, most ancient, self-protecting, manifold design, how it generated all things and parted them from one another. I've sung of Kronos, so immeasurably undone, and how the kingdom of blessed immortals descended to the thunder-loving Zeus. From Castor of Belus, says Castor, was king of the Assyrians, and under him a Cyclops assisted Jupiter with thunderbolts and lightnings in his contest with the Titans. At that time they were kings of the Titans, and one of them was Oxygus. After a short digression, he proceeds to say the giants, and their attempted embroil upon the gods were slain by the assistance of Hercules and Dionysus, who were themselves of the Titan race. Who did I say, Dionysus? I was talking about him a day ago. Can't remember. Last which, whom we were mentioned above. After his death was esteemed of God. After him, Ninus reigned over the Assyrians 52 years. He married Smyros. Assyrian kings. What that had to do with Delos? Had to do with names. That's what I was saying. You have a name. Like, you talking about Judah Maccabee? Or the people Maccabees? Or the time of the Maccabees? Or what is it? Or, the word uni. Yeah. Like, uni means one. But would I be called a Unitarian today? No. But, I tell you what. Would I be called a Sabellian today? Depending on the definition of what it has been labeled to be. It's not it. Nestorius wasn't Nestorian. Sabellius wasn't Sabellian. Arius wasn't Arian. And this person who presided over them was a woman named Morka, which in the Chaldaic language is Thalith, the Greek Thalissa, to see, but which mighty equally interpreted the moon. So somebody writing to them saying, hey, they're this, and oh yeah, they pay attention to the moon. And then just a minute ago, they said, equally be interpreted the moon. All things being in this situation, Belus came and cut the woman asunder, and of one half of her he formed the earth, of the other half he formed the heavens. and at the same time destroy the animals within her. All this, he says, was an allegory descriptive of nature. Well, that's nice, for the whole universe consisted of goodness. You just spread it around, and the animal beings continually generated. The deity above mentioned took off. People writing about other people. Upon the other gods mixed with their blood. They were on Saturn. They were worshiping Saturn because they observed the Saturn. And they must have looked at the moon. Oh, we got somebody talking about it. And these were Delos. These were Athenians. These were Ephesians. On this count is that they were rational and partake of divine knowledge that was below us, with whom they signified Jupiter, divided the darkness, separated the heavens and the earth, reduced the universe into order, and animals not being able to bear. Whole universe. Says Oppenheimer, drawing on a book, noted that their activity is associated with both Galilee and Syria, and takes this as an indication of Jewish unrest in Galilee during the diaspora revolt. Historian Moshe. Somebody said, however, somebody contests this reconstruction, arguing that their passages cannot be securely dated to the time of that diaspora, 130, 150. Ketos, evidence of the Ketos in Judea, there in the south. Another historian likewise rejects the link between the two brothers and unrest in Galilee. So it wasn't in Galilee. About them, noting that it says describe them as being from Alexander. So they come from one side, Egypt, over there. Something he takes to suggest that they were refugees from Egypt, possibly, after taking part in the uprising there. Yeah, they tore down a bunch of stuff. Some scholars dispute the conflict occurred in Judea during the diaspora revolt. That's crazy. The rebellion did not apparently spread to Judea when the arrival of the Second Legion. He said there were evidence for such hostilities in Judah seemed extremely skimpy and is indirect at best. It is possible that there were attempts at an uprising there. If so, they put it out quickly. But it's tearing up there. But they won't know who caused it up there. Eusebius both do not mention hostilities in Judah. Make these indications uncertain. And then some of them they decide, and they do different, and they decide something else. Some scholars link the Talmud legends to wealthy Jewish brothers from the pride of Israel, whom are been executed in Lydia. So they're tearing up the... See? Southern people at that time beating on northern people. But aside from all this, you just look at like the facts though. They're tearing up pretty stuff. And we can sling this way. That's crazy. And they decide different ways. And it's interesting that they were celebrating over there. And this is all the stuff they tore down. Just because they say a good word, they're like, oh, you can't have a good word. Be happy. And they were sending money to the temple. Yeah. Yeah. This one. I mean, look. Why they want to tear mama down? Kids like that. And you respect. But yet, you know, yeah, burn the crops. Because she speaks a different language. And just happened to yeah. This is what they tore up. They tore up. Okos, it's a home. You can make it be. Same words breathe life to some and death to others. That's home. That's family. That's together. Yeah. They got to tore the family up. Okos, Roman. Oh, they didn't have rights, but they had rights. They beat your ass. That's Spartan women. Yeah. But yeah, that's what they tore up. See, you don't get what? Look at right there. See, respect right there. They just want to come in here and tear stuff up. Yeah. You see that map? Man, we're a temple. You say, this is a good one. And really, the plans to go to the map's kind of cool. But and that's what sucked, because then even later, the temples were burned. And then see a rebel at this time, at 116, we're already 150 years away from the turn of the century, 100, with Janus and everybody walking around. So Cyprus, a Jewish band, led at 115, took control of the island and killed tens of thousands of Greeks. But, and then another participated in the pagan uprising. All right, and see, here's the read, fine print, against the Romans. $240,000 Greeks massacred. So in Libya, which was another north, in Libya they were attacking the north, and they'd already bombed the temple and everything, and now it's 100 years later, and you see that? They tore that one down, tore this community down, food and family, field, and the one, who is it? Pull up Heketi. She's a woman. She's mother, and granddaughter. Daughter, mother, and grandmother. Don't know where it is. Oh, yeah. Oh, not that one. As Trajan army advanced victoriously through Mesopotamia, attacking small garrisons, over 200, and then in this place soon spread over to Egypt. Then they tore down the Egyptian monuments. Jewish insurrection quickly spread. Yeah. Throughout the north in Seleucia. And then the heads, the rebels, led by Cerninthians. And even somebody said that he said he was king. He was just making noise. But his group destroyed many temples, including those of Hecate, Jupiter, Apollo, Artemis, Isis, as well as civic structures that were symbols of Rome, including the Caesarea, the Basilica, and public baths. But then they also, see, as before, they made it all the way over there to Cyprus, following the failure of Bar Kokhba revolt. They shifted from Judah to Galilee, because Galilee were involved in another one. After you'd already toured it 100 years ago, 200 years ago. They were still sending gifts there. The Athenians were sending gifts here. The Cyprus was sending stuff here. The province of Judea was renamed Syria. But I don't know about all that. But the Bar Kokhba revolt had philosophical and religious ramifications and stuff. So, but the thing about it, what I was talking about, depending on who you're telling it, Roman at the beginning, and it says in the own rabbinic literature and in the church fathers literature, emphasize the role of another Roman that was working with them. Erstwhile Roman governor of Judah, in provoking the revolt. The charismatic and messianic nature of Bar Kokhba had been popularized. Now see, this rebel, though, you got to understand, they already tore the north up. And the people up there, they were calling rebels. So the rebels today are not those same rebels. They're the ones that actually stood up when they were going back and forth and made a scene. And they got it, and people were ignoring them. Janus was ignoring them. Or they ignore them. Because they'd already been, and they call them, see, they call themselves names. Initial attack led from the Romans, and finally done something, but oh boy. It says Bar Kokhba was appointed the prince of the rebels, and much of the populace regarded him as a messiah. Yeah. We're sure also that the war was waged over an area a third the size of the Great Revolt in 70. Well, this was only over a little spot. Neither Samaria nor Galilee were involved. Great revolt ended with the destruction of the temple and the ravaging of Jerusalem. That was survivable the entire region of the campaign. And so you just seen that there was not fighting when they went over to Cyprus and other revolts. They were trying to come over here and tear up the north. And speaking of maps and plates, or whatever you're looking at, like here's one, if you didn't have this end note, it says on plates 2 and 4, figure 3 and 10, the cuneiform emblem, Su, has been drawn in error with 3 cross strokes only. It should have had a 4th long horizontal stroke below. On plate 2, figure 8, and page 103, the cuneiform emblem for man should have a horizontal stroke below. Discovery of America, Greenland. A connecting line between the old world and the new. The great connection link between the old world and the new, not only in respect to transmission of plants and animals, but also for man, has always been found in the cold and barren, but until magnificent promontory in Greenland. This promontory insinuates itself like a wedge between the island of Iceland, Faroe Islands, and the coast of Norway on the one side and American shores on the other, and in connection with them forms a series of stepping stones, or rather stations, by means of which counted thousands of bears, sole, walruses, seals, foxes, dogs, and other Arctic mammals, and countless millions of birds and geese and gulls and oxen, flying predator birds, eagles, hawks, and eagles, and flying aquatic birds, and some through the water, others through the air, and others upon the vast fields of ice. The same of the massacre was what was then King Street. It is now State Street in Boston. It took place at a short distance below the building which now stands in the middle of the street in the junction of State and Washington Streets. This building, which subsequently became City Hall and is now devoted to private use, was then the State House, and the vicinity of it was the scene of many very interesting events and occurrences in those days. The time of the massacre, so-called, was the 5th of March, 1779. The great increase in hostile feeling between the citizens and the soldiers. From the time when the British troops had first been quarreling in Boston, the ill will existed between the citizens and the soldiers, and it gradually increasingly until it reached a length degree expiration in which the very threatened character. Perhaps there's never a set of men on earth worse than the enlisted soldiers of the British Army in those days. In choosing the regiments sent to Boston, the governor did not at any rate seem to have looked for men less violent and depraved than the average. The average rant man like themselves. And time they assembled to the number of 2,000, declared for a revolution, few announced that he is commissioned from heaven to free the world from oppression, beginning with North Carolina. We had his fathers, first to abolish all the courts of justice, exterminate all lawyers, public office, overturn provincial government, and establish an entirely new political dispensation founded on the principles of justice and the rights of man. Then come the defeat of the regulators. Of course, all the better portion of the people of the colony were ready to sustain the measures necessary for putting down such a movement. The governor organized a military force and went out to attack the regulators in the camp upon the Alamance interior toward the northern part of the colony. When the governor approached a place where regulators were assembled and sent forward summons to them to lay down their arms and surrender, and they refused to do so and prepared to defend themselves to the best of their ability. Then the governor then ordered troops to advance their artillery, and the battle commenced. It was burning of the Gaspy. Yeah. How dare you get around the world in a boat? arrest of the Danvers expedition. They were sitting at the dock. Men with bayonets and a drawbridge. Rodolphus, chapter 1, bad training. Moral to the story, Rodolphus's ingenuity. The manner in which indulgence and caprice on the part of the parent led to demoralizing and ruin of the child is illustrated by the history of Rodolphus. Rodolphus, whatever may have been his faults, was certainly a very ingenious boy. When he was very young, he made a dove house in the end of his father's shed, complete with openings for the doves to go in and out the front, and a door for himself behind. He made a ladder also by which he could mount up the door. He did all his boards, which he obtained from an old fence, material, an axe and wood saw for his only tools. His father, when he came to see the dove house, was much pleased. Melville is carried out there. Pleasant morning, Melville. Sunny place. It was behind the house so that it cannot be seen in the picture. At the front piece, it looked out upon the garden. Beyond the garden was an orchard, and beyond the orchard were deep rocks and mountains, raising very high. There was a roof over the platform, which was supported by pillars and steps. In front, leading down the yard, them dirty rascals, they burned it up. Burned the garden, burned the bread house. When Melville said, they even had the mint. Printing coins. Seleucid's printing coins too. When Melville said should like to go out upon the platform, Miss Hentry went up the stairs and brought her a bonnet, and also to muff and tippet, and put the bonnet and the tippet on. Melville said she thought she should not want her muff, it was so warm. She, however, took it in her hand. Her aunt brought out a pair of woolen moccasins, trimmed with fur, but put them upon her feet. Oh, what warm moccasins, said Melville. Her aunt then carried her the armchair and put it upon the platform, the sunniest corner. Then she came back. Shall I carry you out, she said, or would you rather walk? I believe I'll walk, said Melville. Then after a moment's hesitation, she added, no, on the whole, I should like you to carry me. Notice, the parent who may in a leisure moment take up this volume will find that in this and its predecessors there are many passages in which there is no direct effort made to convey moral instruction. It does not follow from this, however, that the perusal pages may not exert a considerable influence in a salutary character upon the mind of the child. A boy is injured by bad company and befriended by good, even though the associate may not attempt to teach directly what is right and wrong, and Rollo is presented to his youthful friends as a companion rather than a teacher. They are to be benefited not so much by listening to instructions as by catching the spirit of docility and gentleness which exhibits itself in his conduct and character. Oh, he's one of those Epicureans. The main design in view is discussions which are offered to the juvenile world under the title of the Rollo philosophy. Going pollywally doodle all day. relates rather to the effect upon the little reader's habits, thinking, reason, and observation, than to the additions they may make to the stock of knowledge. The benefit which the author intends that the reader shall derive from them is an influence on the cast of his intellectual character, which is receiving its permanent form during the years to which these writings are adapted. The acquisition of knowledge, however, though in this case a secondary, is by no means an unimportant object, and the discussion of the several topics proceeds accordingly, with regularity, upon a certain system of classification. This classification is based upon the more obvious external properties and relations of matter, and less upon those. Rollo's Museum. The canal. It happened one summer when Rollo was between 7 and 8 years old. He was on a vacation at school, and he was attending. At the time, the vacation commenced in the later part of August. It was continued for 4 or 5 weeks. Rollo had studied pretty hard at school and complained that his eyes ached sometimes. Put on those sunglasses. It began to bright light the day before the vacation commenced, and his father was somewhat uneasy about his eyes, and so he took him to the physician to see what could be done. And the physician asked Rollo a good many questions, all of which Rollo endeavored to answer as correctly as he could. Another notice, the simple delineations of the ordinary incidents and feelings which characterize childhood. They are contained in the Rollo books, having been found of interest, as the author hopes, in some degree to benefit the young readers of whom they were designed. The plan is herein extended to children. The first 2 columns of the series, Conversations with Lucy's Story. Lucy and Rollo's cousin was Rollo's cousin, and the author hopes that the history of her life and adventures may be entertaining and useful to the sisters of the boys who had honored the Rollo books with their approval. Rollo's experiments. Jonas, an astronomer. One day when Rollo was about 7 years old, he was everywhere. But then one day he was sitting on the steps of the door and heard a noise down the street, some sort of carriage approaching. A moment afterwards, the carryall came in sight. It drove up to the gate and stopped. Rollo's father and his mother, his little brother Nathan, got out. The father fastened the horse to the post and came in. When Rollo first heard the noise of the carryall, he was sitting still on the steps of the door thinking. He was thinking of something that Jonas, his father-hired boy, had told him about the sun shining in at the barn door. There was a very large double door to Rollo's father's barn. Was this door open towards the south? The sun. Rollo's vacation. One evening in October, Rollo was coming home from school, a large, heavy satchel of books on his shoulder. He walked along a little path by the side of the road. "Oh, how heavy," he said presently, "but here's my resting house," saying he swung the satchel off his shoulder, laid it down in a draped stone and another rock beside the road. The rock had a smooth top where he used to stop, rest sometimes. He called it his resting stone. Old stone wall extended behind him along the side of the road, and beyond it was an orchard. One large tree spreads its branches over the resting stone. Rollo looked and wished that there were some apples on it, but there appeared to have been all gathered. At least he spied one on the topmost branch. It is generally the object in textbooks of arithmetic to give a sufficient number of problems under each rule to exemplify and illustrate the process, so it might be fully understood by the pupil. But experience in teaching arithmetic shows much more than this is required. It is not enough that the pupil understands arithmetic. You need to be able to perform it. Long-lasting practice. Become completely familiarized. For instance, such applies one great design of present work. It's been the aim of the authors that the problem should succeed each other in such an order to lead to the pupil forward. One of the greatest sources of inconvenience and embarrassment to the teachers conducting the school rises. This was a preface to the arithmetic. Washington, Mount Vernon. Preface. Timbo was a poor boy. He had no parents and no friends. At the beginning of the story, he was a houseless, homeless wanderer. He could not even write or read. He found many ways of doing things, being useful. The secret of himself, he wished to be useful. His thoughts were intent upon this very object, and of course efforts all tended in the right direction for attaining it. He was patient, persevering, industrious, honest, and true. He was good-natured, too, and happy. He was altogether more happy in trying to make himself useful to others than he would have been like many boys. Made it the object of his efforts and aims to secure ease, comfort, and enjoyment for himself. He was Epicurean, too. I have written an account of Timbo in this storybook and hope the boys who read it some measure him in spirit and imitate his example, and thus secure themselves the pure and elevated happiness that he enjoyed. Mary Gay's work in summer, learning without a teacher. One pleasant summer morning, Mary and her sister Lucy, who had been gathering flowers in their little gardens in order to make some bouquets to put in their mother's vases, sat down in a summer house to arrange the flowers and were busily engaged in the work when they heard the garden gate open and shut. And looking up, they saw their Uncle Edward coming in. Their Uncle Edward, as they called him, was a very young man, and he looked more like a cousin than her uncle, but the relation which he bore to them was more like that of an uncle than a cousin. So he was not exactly their uncle after all. She was very kind to the children. The story of Cleopatra was a crown. Both in gold and silver. On one side, the heads of a bull, gaping lion opposed to each other, and on the reverse, a rude incus where they press it in. These, therefore, were the money of the Lydian kingdom, to which Ceres put an end, capture of Croesus and Sardis in 548. And Darius, son of Hesperus, prided, and about the weight, same weight as a shekel from Phoenicia, and just like the writing, even though there's linear A and B, shekel in the Septuagint. So, honor thy father and thy mother. And then if we leave, and then y'all still honor your father and your mother, we get mad at you for doing the same thing. So like we're jealous or something? Egyptian monads as the parent of all numeration, and how it's the same hieroglyphic as mother, a vulture. So that's a good thing. And the lion, gold, was an accompaniment and a symbol of the goddess Ma, or Sibyl, whose temple at Sardis was one of the most magnificent in Asia. The lion was accompaniment and a symbol of the goddess Ma, or Sibyl. The bull Lydia. Sears put a stop to it. It's funny. Different times. And after the third Lydian War, though, I guess, whatever, it was, Cato got up mad and said Carthage must fall later. And what was that? And then Hannibal come in and around the 8th century BC, had some Greek forms and even words, and that it was written in characters borrowed from the Greeks of the western coast, where those letters had been introduced long before by the Phoenicians. On some definitions, the forms of the Pajarian letters not only prove this historical fact, but compared with the Lycian, they show that the Greek alphabet was applied to the Lycian at a much later time. Different influxes. The language. But in 2, there's plenty of Greek. Tarsus preserves its original name. It's still the largest town in Cilicia. I like that Cilicia name. Though depraved of its ancient harbor by the alluvion of the Cydnus, which had already in the time of Strabo converted it into a lagoon, and now has placed the town at twice its former distance from the sea. They moved it, and now placed its town is twice its former distance from the sea. Tarsus was a Phoenician city, remote antiquity. After the conquest of Cilicia and Syria, it was all north, by the Assyrians in the 8th century. It became the capital, dependent principality of the Syrian monarchs, until the overthrow of the empire when its allegiance was transferred. They kept getting more Persian over there in Bactria style Persia, and so continued until the Macedonian conquest when its allegiances was transferred. At the time of the expedition of Zeno and the 10,000 of Tarsus was the residence of the princess of Sicilia. Tarsus was the residence of the Prince of Sicily. Was over there once upon a time. We were there. Somebody. They'd be moving stuff around. The Greeks called Cineas. I like a Seraphon place too. Out there. It was one of the few Phoenician cities which preserved the use of Phoenician language on its coins as late as the Seleucid dynasty. Though the Greek colony, which it received from Argos long before the Assyrian conquest, was never extinct, nor the usual memories of the descent obsolete. Thracian coins of Roman times present frequent allusions to the Argive heroes, but not printed in. These are Latin. These are Greek coins. Greek coins. That's why you don't box yourself in and say, well, none of them came back. Phoenicians letter, Balatars, half-draped and bearded male figure. Jupiter on a throne with a back ended in a bird's head. And right hand, high stone summit of which eagle spread wings in the field. It's like the Indians. They had the tomahawks like those ladies. And so, well, as there is, but only, O God, that thou forms. Shout to him, and them holding the Bible after the letter. And seeing that, being the righteous sons of God, and among all other folk, seeing to them the best beloved of God, and him that belongeth to the heritage that God beloved Christian. Looking on than other folk. It's good for the wrapping here, the red linen cloth, indifference. Thank you for all of it. And the Saracens wrapped here, Hittites in white linen cloth. Yeah, they thanked him for the white cloth. And the cistern, man, that dwelleth in the country, wrapping him with the blue. And he said, bless the blue cloth. And the Jews, the cloth. In that country dwelleth many of the Jews, paying tribute, as Christian men do. As if see will know the letters that the Jewish uses. They've been such, and the names, Ben and the clipping here, right above. Aleph, Beth Kamel, and Ted. He rooms a Sava. That down couple. Num self there. Face side co-precious. Done. And Tao and two. And Tao. Over there at the first century, they went over there and talking some Tao to him. But, oh, yeah, the Danes. Of gold and freight and apparel with great pearls and precious stones, fully noble, and the woman bright, foul and arrayed, all good. They barefoot and clothed in royal garments, long and wide, and some short to the knees, long sleeve down to the feet. A monk's frock been hanging about her shoulders. They've been Blake women, foul and hideous, some of them, and truly foul as they've been, evil they've been. In the Kratom of Chaldee, in the city, there's Klepter dwelled Abram's fair. And there was Abram born. And that was at the time that Nunus was king of Babylon and Arabia and of Egypt. And Nunus made the city Nineveh, which that Noah had gone before. And because that Nunus before him, and it clept it Nineveh after his own name. And there was Stephen for feet and Hollywood speaketh of. And from that city of Her, Abraham departed, and the commandment of God for thence deep the fire day, and laid with his sour whiff and loathsome brother's son, because he had no child. He went to dwell with the Lord of Canaan and slept in Shechem. This lad he was saved from Sodom and Gomorrah. And the other cities were burnt, sucking down to hell, where did see is now. You told before, in that land of Chaldee, proper languages and proper letters. Beside the land of Chaldee is the land of Amazon. And in that realm is also women, and no man. Say something, man. That man, unless you're Alexander. Alexander, it's funny, we was talking and didn't know how to take it. And I get it. The voyage of Travail, John Manville. Lot lived there. Oh, the Amazon women. Alexander had a few and told them to go home. Didn't want to fight them. Afraid they'd get hurt by his soldiers or the barbarians. Those other people. You know, barbarians is another language. Kind of like a tyrant. Tyrant's just somebody that ain't in the league to get. He's an outsider coming in. It could be a lot of reasons, but he don't deserve the position. Woman will not suffer no man amongst him. Except Alexander, he said he's going to go get her down. He appreciated it when I have some kids with her. And they were sovereigns. For some time there was a king in that country. A king. But all the good ones were gone. The men married in other countries. So befell, and the king had. So now they just didn't have a king. The king, Clopius, that was slain, the god blood of his realm. He was the last of them, and when the queen and all the other noble ladies saw that they were all widows, and that the blood was lost, they armed and were creatures out of wit. They slowly dealt with men of the country that were left. For the women were widows. There was more women than men, and the queen. And from that time hinderwards, they never wouldn't suffer a man to dwell among them longer than 7 days and 7 nights, and that no child that were male afterwards could dwell with them. They'd get them raised and ship the boys off. To the father. Yeah. And they will only have company of man. What they say? Drawing him towards next to he. They have loves. They use him for about 8 to 10 days and go home again. Have a child and keep her for a certain time and then send it to the father when he can go alone. They train them up a little bit. They were female. They let them stay there as long as they want, a woman of great lineage. It's funny how a lot of them were talking about them. Yeah, they traded in some of their staffs, spears, for hatchets. That's probably in another book. Sermon Vanderville. And they done well with bows. In that land they have a queen that governeth all the land, and they're obedient to her. Make her a queen, Eleusian. They had more than one. They had some on coins. That's what's interesting. Well, that's something that's interesting. Armies for the right good warriors and nobles had gone to Tyre. If they meant in coins, it's all right to help the other kings of warrens. And Galatia meant, some say gold, some say not. Depends on who you listen to. Other surgeons down and written in Greek. And if they're written in Greek in 100 BC and Seleucus got 2 calendars, some say you can throw it 1 year off, some say more. Everybody knows everything. Oh yeah, they were good. They were good warriors. Hatchets. They were fought vigorously and took the silver and gold. The land of Amazons is an isle at the time, all environed with the sea, except in 2 places and 2 entries. And beyond the water dwelleth the man that been her paramours and her lovers. They're gone. Beside Amazon is the land of Targamy. That was a great country and fully delectable. And it's a Sicily. It's one of them cities names at Sicily. Cilius. Samarians. They're Sumerians. It was a great country, fully delectable for the goodness and country. King Alexander made a city there called Alexander. He made 12 cities of the same name. One of them was the Celeste, is for the other coast of Chaldee, toward the south. We done saw one way over there at the end of Bactria, all on the other side of India. They were all dressed up with their, I don't know where they're going with that. Here's a crazy thing. Three X's and 4 I's and an MD anno. That's been Langton. Something weird. And St. Paul in his epistles written to him of the Isle at Golfers Isle, about 800 miles from Noble, and from this of Rhodes, when you go to Cypri, they bathe in fines and Furman Road, and after there become white, and their wines are most white, and they smell good. To some people. And man, by the way, there's a place, the great city. And this city was called Kartir, which is city in the land. They were full of men and had fair damsels. And he loved well. That's what these people did. They had kids. People writing about had families. The author had the conclusion opinion. some modern Greeks that this was the place to which St. Paul directs his epistle to Colossians, but that it was not this place, another place. And Kartir Minor appears from the conclusion of the epistle, where mention is made to Laodicea and Hierapolis, two neighboring cities. Oh, we can get into some of that too. Because it was Laodicea and Laodicea another place. It's kind of like and open it, behold, hath begotten, higher, as if to let go, in great harm, and open the tomb, and there flung out a hideous thing. They fled the city, the country. The city sank down. Many perilous passages from Rhodes to Cypre were 500 miles and more, but men go to Cypre and come not at Rhodes. Cypre is a good, fair and great, and it hath 4 principal cities with him. And there is Urchbahop and Nicol, and 4 other shops in the land. And of Phagomoth is the principal heavens of the sea. It's the world. There array Cretan men, and Saracens of men, and Nusians, and Cyprian the Halil of the Holy Cross. And there's the Abbey and the Mucus Blake, and there was Dostimus and the God. And men are there, unlike the other places with only women, or too many women, or not too many, just more women than men. All the manuscripts but the book is printed from. Notes. And that's where we're going. Notes. Melville to make the men believe in Cypre, to whom men of the country making great the body of stuff. Oh, it's where they said that Barnabas was born, in the north. Taken more sharply, Cypre. And the skill is more fearful in the Lord, hotter than it is there. And for forms and tables as men in the country. From Cypre men go down to the land of Jerusalem, by the sea, and in that day and in that night he hath good may come to the haven of Tyre, now it's cleft. Men go to the land of Jerusalem by the sea. It was formerly a city and a god and a Cretan man, but the Saracens destroyed a great party and keep the heaven night. Well, let's see the street, carrying men, da-da-da-da-da, men go. And they go, but that's the thing. How far can you go? Recite the Lord. On seas, men have. They have rubies. And they all already were dressed really crazy in that city attire. Woman to our Lord. Bless the body and the soul. Thank you. And before Tyre went with the Lord. And here it is. An 8 mile from Tyre toward the Alps upon the sea, in the city of Seraphim. Seraphim percentages. 8 miles from Tyre. 8 miles from Tyre. Seraphim. Oh, where's the other quote from? Canticles 4 on the other one. So, how long does it take to go somewhere? For to dwell in the prophets. Fed Jonas, the widow's son, from death to life, and 5 miles into Seraphim, and city of Sodom, the whole city. Dido was lady. That was probably another Epicurean. Troy founded the city of Africa, is now cleft. The Didan Sadi and the city of Tyre. Reigned Agenor, the father of Dido, and 16 miles from Sidon is Baruth, and from Baruth is Sardanet, and is 3 journeys, and from Sardaner is 5 miles, Denmark. We'll go a long time on the sea and come near to Jerusalem. We'll go to the city, sea, and the port of Jaffa. For that is the next heaven to Jerusalem. For though that heaven is not but a day journey, and a half to Jerusalem, and the town is called Jaffa. For one of the sons of Noah, the Japheth, founded it, and now it's cleft Jaffa, and that is one of the oldest towns in the world, for it was founded before Noah's flood. And there be bones of a ginseng 40 foot long. But the French and the Latin manuscript agree with the text. Such was the ignorance of the whole times as to mistake Andromeda for the monitor that was to have devoured her.
Oh, my back.
Well, it's like the words on the heifer. It's like, I talk about Manasseh, uni maybe eventually, or well, way in the past, if it was used one certain way, but I wouldn't want to be called uni today. And I wouldn't even want to be called Quaker today. But the thing about it, they've went through a transition. They were mean as Anabaptists, or meaner. They were. But, you know, Urim, Thummim, Plumbline rod, Drybone, Foreskin mountain. And if you say the word, like today, there is a Fort Bragg. All right. Here's how they do it. You say Fort Bragg. All right. And they're like, and they're like, oh, we're going to change it back to Fort Bragg. But now they can rewrite the book because it's not even the same Bragg as it was. You talking about which Louis or which Edward? That. What about if you can change the longitude or latitude? What if you say something right there is 27 degrees, and then Cato will get mad and say Carthage must fall. Hannibal come in and tear him off. Which Caesar, which Claudius is one thing. Which Alexander? Which Ptolemy? I have 2 Ptolemies, 3 Ptolemies, 4 Ptolemies. 8-foot fun. Wanna go home. Urim, Thummin, Plumbline, rod, Drybone, Foreskin, mountain. I gotta open this thing up, but here's the reason. In notes. Death of Demetrius. When Jonathan and the people heard these words, they did not believe or accept them because they remembered the great wrongs of Demetrius had done in Israel and how much he had oppressed them. They favored Alexander because he had been the first to speak peaceable words to them, and they remained his allies all the days. And where did Cleopatra go? Now King Alexander assembled large forces and encamped opposite Demetrius. The 2 kings met in battle, and the army of Demetrius fled. And Alexander pursued him and defeated him. He pressed the battle strongly until the set sun. On that day, Demetrius fell. We can go on and read. But right here, it says, the 2 kings met in battle, and the army of Demetrius fled, and Alexander. And then there's a note, and the reason I know, because I got 3 or 4, and like by the second page, it says, the notes have been taken out of the book, if it's a reprint. Not all of them, some of them. And you don't even know if they don't tell you. Demetrius fled, and Alexander pursued them. But in other ancient Bibles, it reads, Alexander fled. And Demetrius followed him. And it's labeled Demetrius fell. But you read over again and you'll say it's another one, but still, if you don't have that footnote, I don't know why they got a footnote. That's what I want to know. And Demetrius to his brother Jonathan and to the nation of the Jews greetings, the copy of his letter that we wrote concerning you, our kingsman, written to you. King Demetrius to his father, greetings, and yada yada. So we have confirmed as their possession both the territory of Judea and the 3 districts of Ephraim and Lydia and Rathium, the later, with all the region bordering them, were added to Judah from Samaria. Because these people are trying to write and get on his side, but they're friends with the north too. And there, you can say they're outside far enough they don't understand that the north and south don't get along. So who's using who's not getting along? But he sends them down here, and he says, we have confirmed as their possession both the territory. So he's letting them know, the south, we have peace with you. But over here, on the footnote, it says that he sent a letter saying, we will let you be free from stuff up in north and even Samaria for all those who offer sacrifice in Jerusalem in place of. Letting them know that those that from up here that go down there and they attend to you. We have determined to do good to the nations of the Jews, plural, who are our friends. Well, they didn't know that the South don't like you or the North. Because we're going to write a letter, the same letter we wrote to the other ones. And if anybody up here want to go down there, they can. It's the princes of Judah, Jonathan, Maccabeus. Jonathan was in alliance with Alexander, Ballas. And there are coins bearing the legend in Greek on one side, and King Jonathan in Samaritan on the other. The following coin was probably struck after the death of Ballas, when they were getting along, when Jonathan espoused the first cause of Demetrius Nictator, and afterwards of Antiochus Dionysius. Jonathan was put to death by Tryphon in 143. Now, Tryphon was the one that was considered a tyrant because he wasn't like in line to do it. He wasn't like of that classes of that were involved to doing it. But he got it, and he took care of Jonathan. Poppy head between two cornucopia, placed crosswise, but united into one at the lower end. So a cornucopia and a cornucopia, and go down to the bottom and they meet. And then it says Jonathan, high priest, in Samaritan characters. 5 lines within a wreath. Antipas Herodes became Tetrarch of Galilee, and Vera, on the death of his father Herodes in 1 AD, written in something, palm branch placed perpendicularly in the field, and the date, year 37, and 2 lines within a wreath bay. The date is probably that of his reign, and the same, therefore, as that of the Christian era. Syracuse. Syracuse was first known to the Indians as Webster's Camp, then Webster's Landing. In 1786. And then another 20 years later, 10, it was known as Borgata's Corners. Then another time later, it was changed to Milan. Then a little later, it changed to Salina. Then in 1814, the town came to be known as Cossett's Corners. Then a little bit later, 3 years later, they called it Corinth. It was not until sometime later that the place received its present name of Syracuse. It was incorporated as a village, and then it became a city later, and even larger. So they can change something to this and this and plan 100 years ahead. Call it, well, that's Fort Bragg after that. And it wasn't. It was after somebody else. And the edits on the end, you could get a book. And what is neat is Alexander said to have plans of this and that. Was going to send him a bunch of soldiers, but at the time, Alexander found not many above 50,000, for most of them had been carried off by the robbers. It says, they say the Atropathes, the viceroy of Media, gave him 100 women, saying they were from the Amazon women, they'll fight with you. They had been equipped with the arms, male horsemen, except that they carried battle axes instead. And what's neat is those Indians over there, when they called you look about what they called their hatchets, axes, they call them celts. Axes appear of spears and targets instead of shields, but also say that they had one side bigger than the other side because they used a bow and arrow and got stronger. You got to shoot the arrow with both sides. Alexander dismissed them from the army. Had no attempt to violate them, or the barbarians or anybody else. But he did tell that, sworn word back to the queen that he'd be over there to have some children with her if she wanted to. Well, right here it's so, but this story has been recorded neither by some people and doubted by this writer here, I guess. The writer's trustworthy authority would have mentioned them. I do not even think that the race of Amazons was surviving at that time. For before Alexander's time, they were not mentioned even by Xenophon, who mentions the Pharsians, Colchins, and other barbaric races, all of them, which the Greek came upon when they started from Trapezus, or before they marched down to Trapezus. So right here, he says that even Xenophon didn't even mention them. Can't get corroborated. They were not mentioned even by Xenophon. So, then we go to the notes down here. It's like writing something, hey, we'll put it in the paper, write a book about it, and then, next week, we made a mistake. And then back on about 8 pages back in the corner somewhere, we want to post a correction for something. This is a mistake. For Xenophon does not mention the Amazons and the Anabaptists. This is a mistake, for Xenophon does mention the Amazons and the Anabaptists. For Trapezus and the Pharsians see his Anabaptists. And he does mention the Amazons. So see the notes. Ain't that weird? And there was a different one. They used to call the older one, but I don't mean it's older. A comparison of the versions. Harklian, Bodleian, Palestinian, Syriac versus the Peshitta. It looks like backward writing. Oh, that book. Yeah. This was interesting, though. Oh, man. I had to get me some coffee. Good stuff. Okay. Yeah, the words. And then I got to get into this thing. It's like, words are different. And if we're not reading, and if some of these books don't have it's crazy enough. Now they're coming abridged, or what? It's like the Reader's Digest version of the Cliff Notes version of a book. and you lose a lot. And even those I'm buying, I mean, there's like 1,000-page books and stuff. That some that I've even had for 15 years. They got I go to look because I got another reference or something I've gotten written down in my book, in a journal or something. I'm like, go back and look part 1, verse something on a column on basic stuff. I mean, like Herodotus and Diodorus Siculus. I mean, not obscure. Not. I mean, I could get obscure too. We even really start talking about it. But like, and I told you I got to like I got it here somewhere because I was reading. I gave her a video. I mean, I gave her a computer copy, the Golden Ass. Now, see, I got one and I got two, and the other one of them says, like the second page, it says, we've omitted the notes. And then, we were looking a minute ago at Sir John Mandeville's travels and all. I was looking, and one of those, both of mine have notes, but I looked online and it's missing the notes. That's what I saw. The one's for sale. If somebody want to buy a copy. Now, I don't know. You just pay attention. Travel at your own rate, you know. But I was at Delos, and I don't know where I was on the one that went dead, but that was reminding me. I don't know why I had the goth out either, but it probably had something to do with that. Marble quarries in Virgil. And it says the Caspian Gates and this and that. This is a large river, Asia Minor, flowing into the Black Sea called Aramaic, Gangra, the city of Patagon. So not Patagon Giants, but Patagon. Afterwards called Germolopicus. When it goes Alus versus Unum, like some of those names in North and South in the Middle East over there, Unum be more Roman, or Opolis would be more Greek, and Germanopolis. Now, and they built a temple to Diana. Anyway, they had a woman. They didn't beat women, this tradition, but yet they didn't have them have a role of other stuff, but they did hold them in high regard. We read about that. Artemis, built by the Amazons, is found in many classical writers. From the excavations, it's talking about there's no less than 5 temples of Artemis were successfully erected. Yeah. But, and it says the fourth or the last one, but is mentioned by Herodotus. Lydia. Yeah, Cyrus really canceled the last Lydian king, where our first coins come from, and gold coins too, under Croesus. King Croesus was the last king of Lydia, and there was just an influx of people, but he was the last king. But there was still Greek coins printed all the way up through. We didn't saw it, and even emerging, it'd have Latin and Greek on it too. You know, well, I mean, like into Jesus' days and more. Yeah, Croesus is said to have contributed columns. It was in the building in the year 550 with him, but Greek coins kept on forever. But I'm not really sure why I have the Jordan's book out with Delos, because I don't remember what else I was talking about. Cyclops, I don't know. It had something to do with leader of the Greeks, Ajax, Ulysses. Oh, it might have had Ulysses in the Cyclops, I don't know. But we'll put that one up. Cyrus the Great and Queen Tomyris. Probably, that's what I was talking about, Queen Tomyris. Let me put that up. Oh, there we go. But I got to the Boeotian Rock, Constitution of Athenians, Ways and Means, the Constitution of the Spartans, Constitution of the Athens, And they had some standards. It's going to be a standard. And even if you want to go down south, we'll grant you that. Those of you on the north want to be north. Those of you want to be south want to be south. Those of you in the middle want to go north or south. You go north or south. Gothic. Oh, that was neat. Benito's always got something in it. No telling. Oh. It says, this king brought up Libyans, Ethiopians, and troglodytes before Jerusalem. Jerusalem by the sea. And down here in these notes, it says right here, Suzekim, 34 years, brought up Libyans and troglodytes before Jerusalem. Apparently, Shoshank says the first king dynasty. It was north and south and all around a bunch. And what's the craziest thing about right here, you know, if you say southern Egypt or whatever, southern Egypt, that's actually in the north. And then northern Egypt was actually in the south. And they wore different hats, just like them other ones over there. Josephus Antiquities. It says in the Old Testament, 2 Chronicles, it is said that Shishak brought up along with the Ethiopians, Lubians, the cave dwellers, the troglodytes. They just won't be left alone at the shore of the Red Sea. Suspects that the Ethiopians were certain people and other people were certain people. But this dude right here, Okras, this king made laws for the Egyptians. And his time report has it that a lamb spoke. See, we had talking animals right here. I don't know. Had something to do with the Greeks. But I couldn't tell you what. Oh. The seer's prediction, they were obedient. Even the lepers in their accompanying horde were previously angry with the king. They left the stone quarries and received from him a city and land. They would have grown more kindly disposed to him, if indeed they still hated him. They have plotted against him personally. It was the ancestral code in which they've been brought up. They joined in battle with the shepherds and the polluted people. He defeated them, killing many, after pursuing them to the frontiers of Syria. The priests who framed their constitution and their laws, according to Manetho, a native of Heliopolis, Osiris by name, after Osiris, the god worshipped in Helios. But he changed his name and called himself Moses. That crazy Manetho. That Bochorus for 6 years in his reign, and the lamb spoke. The lamb said, "Bah." The lamb had spoken to you. Egyptians have recorded a lamb speaking with a human voice. Egypt. They say a lamb spoke with a human voice. It was found to have upon its head a royal winged serpent, 2 cubits in length, and it foretold the future to one of the kings. He probably had a flute or a lyre or something. He points out the Egyptian character of the description. The royal urus, 4 cubits, with ostrich feathers on both sides. They report that a lamb spoke to him and told him in a human voice. Manetho, that crazy recording stuff off the walls of the, I don't know. Oh, my legs. Hey, Greek though, you know, they have a festival over there. It's crazy if you think about it. At Lent in Greece, they have a big festival. They run around, and they run around with big phalluses and stuff. It's crazy. The thing about it, the perverts take it over. Perverts take everything over. But you know what? Circumcised or not, they had holy feast and sent stuff back and forth to the temple, all the way in over there next to Nazareth. You know that? That's what's weird about it all. But, oh, we put up Gothic history. This was a good one. Hey, I'm almost down in my book. Get out of the first one from last week. I have to give them stuff to listen to, kids. It says the experience of medieval countrywomen suggests that political authority was the first sector of public action to be denied. What they said. Some female pledges demonstrates the legal sufficiency of such actions, but custom limited the political impact of female pledging by only infrequently allowing widows to pledge. But different words. I was reading this over here. Oh, sunglasses. And here's a paper. It's interesting. It's research. And everybody wants a tour, like fact check stuff, peer review. So if I'm going to push peer review, and since we know that Alexander went way down there, it's crazy. There's Alexander way over here, and then way over here, and then way over there. And if Bactria went all the way down, then it can be argued. In a new research on the Seleucid coins, Avicenna's B.U. Avicenna Museum of Hamadan, 8 new tetradrachms from uncertain mint 65 have been identified. These coins, under the authority of the Seleucid rulers, were issued Antiochus III Megas, 223 to 187, an early reign of Seleucus IV Philopator, 187 to 175. Which calendar are they counting on? BC. In this article, the research main aim is review the issues and identity, likely location of the uncertain mint, and accordingly. Oh. May cut off again. To review the issues, the coins of mint that have been found in northwest of Iran, 65 and accordingly. Coins of this mint that have been found in northwest of Iran on following all the characteristics of the mentioned mint are studied through following steps: cataloging a mint sequence, the value, duration of the mint, and its comparative analysis with science. With the main mints, such as Antioch on the Orontes, except there Armenia, where it spreads out. Some places used to be islands, and now they're not. They're peninsulas, but they're still labeled as islands when they're naming them. And survey portrait types, the number of engravers, and also the identification of the elements by photon-induced X-ray emission and its comparison to the Eastern mints of the Seleucid period. So it was found more western in Bactria, but it says northwest, contrary to the book on Seleucian coins. I tell you what, this is what everybody, all you children out there need that. I would say if you can buy a book, extracurricular book. If you buy one now, I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, they're thousands of pages, but they're thousands of dollars, $1,000. And I'm going to tell you, in the new one, and third one ain't come out, another recent by a name that does a lot of them. But there's coins that have been found. I tell you, what is the most found coin over there in Israel? What are you talking about? And they'll say it's from a year 126 something, or 150 or whatever, 200 or whatever they say. Think about it, but I don't know. They have a bunch of them, but there's a 1097 Seleucid SC coin, and there's even a new one, 1096 or so. But it's not even out in the new book. There's already on book 3, and they're $1,000 a piece. But I'll tell you, if I don't know where you find one, but if you find one, old one, maybe on an archive somewhere or something, that's, to tell you the truth, the new ones, without just the new stuff, they've got all the old stuff on it. But you got to find one. That's the thing. Eastern, and it's got a lot of history to go with it. Eastern mints of the Seleucid period. Contrary to the book on Seleucid coins, the results of our study suggest that the relocation of the mint from Commagene or northern Syria on the base of Seleucid coins to the eastern Mesopotamian or the far northwest of Iran. So maybe they had a mint over there too. What's funny is some of the girls minted it, and we know that Tyre minted some. And they had, we might get to that. I hope so. Cleopatra's coins. They will say that, some will say, I've heard it read, that they only minted the double cornucopia in gold. They didn't have the single cornucopias at the time of Cleopatra's third, whatever, printed in Tyre. But there, in an old book, there's gold Cleopatra's with single cornucopias. Because somebody had asked something about, I wonder if they could use the same dyes with doubles and single cornucopias. And, but some old books might have some new stuff. This new stuff don't know. It's your source. That's all magic is, knowing something you don't. But this could be, I don't know, it's a research paper. Somebody saying this, somebody saying that. And to even complicate stuff, not only have a northern and southern Egypt, 2 kings, and maybe other emperors reigning at the same time with coins on it, they might not let them do the gold coins, but they'll let them do brass coins. Or they might not let them do gold, but they'll let them do some silver coins underneath them. And then on top of that, you got less Antiochus Soker, king of Seleucid Empire from 280 to 261, they say. But if you don't know what you're doing, and you don't know, the head of Antiochus I was also used on coins of Antiochus II. Isn't that weird? They even had some with a jawbone. So they might have some considered non-Greek in some books. But Carthage, early, were friendlies. Lydia, obviously, was friended upon somebody. It's like somebody's rebel is not another person's rebel. Until Cyrus, and even afterwards. The people there were. Cappadocia. Persia, after later, it did. After all the Ptolemies, all the coins kind of stopped. And they started looking more Persian. They still printed them over there in Bactria, though. Minted them. But they might have had mints over there from before. But they started looking more. And Parthia is obviously Greek at some time. Greekish. And then, obviously, what considered Greek kingdom coins. But you could call Macedonian not Greek. Although it ended up being, but Athens, before the Athenians let you come in there, you were still northern though. And then Thracians. And where they're found, and in what layer they're found, and how they're labeled, and how they age, and then the geography, where they at, and how you label them, and who's in control, is interesting. So research papers are just excuses to have an opinion. Because I can check out which part of review I want, right? And we come to a consensus. Because we got one, even when it gets to paper, the Gospel of Tatian, exploring the nature and text of different literature. The volumes combine some of the leading voices on the composition and collection of early writings. The rapid rise and sudden suppression of the diatessaron has raised numerous questions about the nature and intent of this 2nd century composition. It has been claimed in both vindication of people. It has touted as both a premier witness to the earliest recoverable Gospels, matching other literature, scholarship in quarter of a century. It's been the greatest advance. The contributors explore numerous questions. Did Tatian intend to supplement or supplant the fourfold Gospels? Was there parts of it? How many were sources, and how free was he with the text? How do we identify any witnesses to the same things? These questions contribute questions whether or not this certain writing signifies respect to a broader context, content, and then we got another one on the Old Syriac as a witness to Tatian's diatessaron. So if we got a match to another one. And they'll talk about fragments, scholarship of certain books has long claimed exceptions. The difficulty of reconstruction the text means that ordinary rules. Certain principles apply and do not apply. And this book is different. The studies even developed its own critical methodology. 3 canons and 7 principles for reconstructing this particular paper. One of the principles reads like an what somebody's saying. Each and every variant reading must be examined individually, determined independently. Knowledge of documents is irrelevant to judgment upon readings. And then down here, it says another paper filed with a peer review, the Gospel of Tatian exploring the nature and text. Prelims and intro. The volumes combine some of the leading voices on the composition and collection of certain writings. And then certain parchments, the wrong harmony against the diatessaron character of the jura parchment. Some will say they match, and some will write a paper and say, well, they don't because of various reasons. It says it has assumed to have importance with certain writings. And the character, we analyze the character of the test. See, it's one thing if you analyze, you can say you're doing it with electric spectroscope, treat the Jura fragment as if it were a piece of an existing writing. It matches it in writing. He's claiming that the reading can be identified apart and on its own. This now troubling methodology needs a fresh reassessment. And the evidence weighs against identifying this particular fragment with another fragment, with another writing, is that the relevant passages can be reconstructed. It contradicts the other fragment. Therefore indicates that this particular parchment number 24 from Jura is not a fragment, but another harmony altogether. And here's another paper. It says that in an Arabic version, the Durapus Ropus fragment and the women text, if a text is dated to 160, does not survive in its original form in only later versions, its content and its wording and its structure and syntax and all that stuff, its original language, can be debated. However, there's a small third-party fragment written in Greek. Now, it's a Jura fragment, parchment, discovered in Jura Europus, written in Greek. 180. Could be 80. Some have disputed the identification, who it matches in wording and in what it says. The difficulty of reconstructing it is problems, and there's no agreed upon text with which the fragment can be compared. The study presents current understanding of the way it's worded and the kind of writing, reviews the situation in regard to the Arabic version, a translation that was done in the 11th century. It's argued that the Arabic version maybe didn't leave things off that some others did, or didn't edit the stuff, and it might match. It can be shown particularly in regards with a peer-papered review. And then recognizing a priesthood of Cleopatra. This article analyzes the transformation of priestly titles linked to Cleopatra, one, and her role in power, legitimizing the 2nd century of Egypt. Where's her coins minted? And who's in charge? Is she using kids? And how many kids she got? And which one side is she going to take? And it examines how many Ptolemies they are and Alexanders they are, how many books is written. We got this script and this date and that date, and he's 100 years older over there. Not only in the 1st, 2nd century BC, but way back there in 7, 8, 900. Some people push the Trojan War. They'll say from somebody that's 8, 900 or whatever, Herodotus, but he's been wrong about other stuff. It's just, it's like Brandolini or whatever. No, that ain't Brandolini. I don't know what that is, but never think somebody's out to get you or being lying when they're just ignorant. It's just innocent and ignorant. Kind of a friendly stupid. They don't mean it, but some of them do, though. That's how they use it. Shifts of priesthood literature with elements, political strategy to stabilize power. So a paper on the priesthood of Ptolemy and Cleopatra and her unprecedented lifetime deification. Oh, one man's deification is another man's idol, is another man's armrest. But they did burn a lot of stuff down. And Cleopatra, according to them, to some Bible, they were the divine mother Epiphanes, likely part of the 8th Ptolemy's effort. They had like 3 or 4 of them going at the same time, and he was sneaking them in, trying to get the youngest one from another side over across the, what do they call that, Transjordan on the other side, wherever they were. Here's a paper. Don't know why I say that, but it's just a paper, because they just do papers. And there's evidence for a Maccabean Seleucid battle says, according to First Maccabees, after the Jewish historian Josephus, the Seleucid army advanced north along Jerusalem-Hebron road with war elephants. In a most dramatic scene, Judah's brother Eliezer ran under the largest elephant, killed it, and was crushed beneath his body. So they're saying they probably found a skeleton, and you know that was it. Which reminds you, is the rabbinical writings say a lot of stuff is, and they do. What was I reading? Mishnah? Oh, Joseph is in Egypt, got a king, and they are going to see, and because there's a famine in the land, and he notices that Benjamin's not there. Won't know where his little brother at, Joseph is, and Judah's standing up big and tall, like whatever. And it says that Judah said, no, I won't go back and get Benjamin. But Joseph tells him he knows what he's at. He asks about the family and Daddy and Isaac, Jacob. Joseph asks, and they're afraid they're going to make them all the kids slaves. Joseph was going to be mad at him, but he didn't. He just wanted Benjamin. He said, I just want Benjamin. Go back and get him. And it says there in the Mishnah, whatever, it says that Judah stormed, got mad, and said, I'll kill you and the Pharaoh. But Joseph was all scared, and Judah went to pull out his sword, and something stopped him where he couldn't pull his sword out. And storm, thunder, and the Pharaoh shook, and they all got scared. And Judah's going to put them on watch. See? He just don't respect his daddy. And here's a paper on the new style of owls in Athens. So they're going to say the transition into Latin into Greek, and when it happened, and if Rome can steal the owls, or whoever's taken over Rome. Because they said that a Roman was involved in helping another Roman kill Trajan or whatever. Athens controlled one of the richest silver mines in the ancient world. It goes on to say that Athenia and her sacred bird place an image as patron goddess. Athens maintained that position until Rome eclipsed in the 2nd century BC on its widely circulated coinage. Greek. The city placed the image, underwent a radical transformation. Weights got off a little bit. There's difference between drachms and Greek coinages names and Roman coinages names, and what they look like, and Jewish what they look like, and what they're written in, Latin or Greek or both, and who's paying who with what. On the reverse, the owl stands on an overturned amphora, ceramic vessel used to store olive oil. A wreath of olive leaves surrounded monograms, and later full and abbreviated names appear in the field identifying official responsible for the coinage. The last new style tetragrams were struck under Roman occupation. They just can't have the Athens down there, Greeks still down there too long. They don't like the Greeks being in there too long. That's why they like to mix up them calendars. Who's in charge down there? Who was still in charge? It's weird. And there's all kind of papers. See, it says new. It was a new style. This one must have been under Roman occupation. Was it written in Greek? Yeah. Seleucid bronze coinage from the museum. A study presents 318 bronze Seleucid coins that were acquired. The coins date from 281 to 190, which could be 181 to 90. Other than Antiochus, Heracles, or Seleucid ruler's coinage is represented. And then some other ones. These are called SCs for Seleucid coins, I guess. Antiochus II, 98.3.6. Antiochus III. The mint history of Sardis under the Seleucids. is elucidated. They got mint marks. I got a bunch of those. You might see them. So we can just rock papers back and forth for peer review. It's apparent from Simon Bar Kokhba coins that the temple of Yahweh was still standing in his day. In 130. Because they moved up north. Remember after that? He's writing a paper correcting it. So if Simon Bar Kokhba's coins that the temple was still standing. But after they finally come in and took care of the southern one, they moved back up to Galilee. And that one had already... We don't know when Herod's stuff got tore down. The New Style Athens coins. Some Mediterranean connections such as wine and forests snipped from Rhodes and Kos, fine tableware, Phoenician coast, Asia Minor. The material culture and dietary habits point to population with strong ties to Phoenician coast. Perhaps a genuine Phoenician population. And then later ended up running them off, invaded Cyprus, burnt down everything, likely functioned a royal grant. This state represents this and that economy that characterized Seleucid Galilee. The site's abrupt abandonment in 144 to 143, which could have been is probably connected in eternal wars in the Seleucid kingdom involving the Maccabees. Also, the Hellenistic village of western Samaria Hills. From east to west, Bacchides, Economies, they look at ceramics and porcelains and stuff like that in the Hellenistic world. The excavations at Horbat Jabur revealed a site composed of two interconnected levels from the Hellenistic period. The upper level consists of residence units and courtyards and this and that. It spans from the Iron Age to the early Roman period, though the site's occupation seems to have halted in the early first. But they still print coins. And it says that the significant find includes a silver hoard, likely connected to military activities or something during the war. They're fighting their Ptolemaic Seleucid conflicts over Syria, Palestine. 3 corn hoards from Horbat-Ashun, their archaeological and historical stuff. They just write papers back and forth. The excavation exposes remains of a rural settlement. The early Hellenistic and late Roman periods. 3 corn hoards were found. 16 silver Seleucid coins, minted from 135 to 125. Silver and bronze coins, 59 to 60. Hoard C, 3 dinars. Damascus under the Umayyad rulers. Salih and Amalekites that were in the 7s. And if you're in the 7s, mixed with stuff in the Temple Jerusalem burning, it's like you go, listen, in the last 40, 50 years, you could go get a roll of pennies. If you're not familiar with United States coins, and there weren't many, but you could find an Indian head penny. And that's like pre-1907, 1908. You could find a 100-euro coin. You can find an 80-euro coin. And even I've heard about it in the last few years. People still find them occasionally. Somebody bringing some coins and stuff. They're out there, but there's just not many of them. And But I can go in here and I can find maybe not silver, quarters, or dimes, because people pick them out, me, huh? But, so I can naturally get some 60s, 70s, 60s, and 70s, which is, that's 50 years, 60 years. But on the nickels, since they're not silver and people don't know to hoard nickel yet, well, they're actually not nickels, they're copper. But copper, nickel is copper in here. If you're in Canada, they're nickel, but that's another story anyway. So our nickels are copper, but there's more copper. There's like 8-9 cents or something in it. But anyway, you can still find nickels today in the 50s and 40s. Go buy a big box of them. You'll find them. So finding 80-year-old coins, not a problem. And but it's interesting that at this time at 700 a time, there were some in the same locations. The article presents a 3-corn hoards described and the significance. Then a Hellenistic state in Lower Galilee, perched on an isolated mountain overlooking the fertile Arbi Valley. The echo offers a rare glimpse into a daily life, agricultural practices, and cultural identity in Hellenistic Galilee. 5 reasons of excavation for this and that and the other, complete with storage facilities and evidence, farming practices, and such and that. This would probably be one of our last Seleucids from the turn of the century or so. They had started getting those hats. I don't remember what they call those. Turreted bust with fillet. And what's interesting about when they're finding coins, there can be a variety of pictures. You can tell by how they look and where they come from, what's seated, what's not seated. And some of them are really rare, scarce, from around, they're calling it 55 BC to 50 BC to 50 AD. And serial Seleucids, northern, circulated. And in 83 BC, Syrians were endless financial wars. Sometimes they don't know where they go. Armenia, north. In 100 BC, 100 AD. Some of their hats started looking more Persian. Still Greek people. Here's one with dates from the turn of the century. The giant lobster, rock lobster, dated and extremely rare. One of only 4 examples known for this date, 2 of which are in public collections. And see, the interesting thing, not only can one leave off notes or out of a book or just banned books, move the notes, leave the notes out because we don't need them. That's not in the book. We just saw a few episodes where you might. And that's the trick. And I've ran into it. When you don't know, you really just don't know. That's the point. You're not coming here for answers. You're getting more questions. But over a period of time, you can read something and say, well, there's no evidence for that. And then, because you look back and it's not there. And they're using a source, so you think. And then you see a bunch of other people saying the same thing. And you think, well, they must have copied this person. And they were wrong, so everybody's wrong because everybody followed something and they weren't right. But if you can change something then you don't, I mean, really, we don't know if they were all, if that's what happened, or if something's gone. So, with only 4 surviving and 2's in private collections, which means there's only 2 out there to be had if you can have them, then this particular 7th of Antiochus Dionysus, what they're saying it is anyway, at this time, under this occupation. If it's gone, I can erase this. I can just erase it. I can erase it. And the Seleucid kings of Syria, Antiochus the 10th. So you got the 10th and not battling it out, and you got the 7th too, because you see. And some of them, the times are not, they're it's a puzzle. Nicephorus, seated left. Oh, that's what I was reading. Oh, I gotta read that. I was reading on the harmonics. But it ain't Nicephorus. It's Nicomachus. Nicomachus on harmonics. Where was that? That was over here. It says the manuscripts of Nicomachus' books, all in the Scala, call him Gerasa. The best known city of that name was in Palestine and was primarily Greek. However, it can hardly be supposed that Nicomachus received all his philosophical and mathematical education at Gerasa. He probably studied at Alexandria, at this time the center of mathematic studies and the Neo-Pythagoreanism. Jamblichus says in Nicomachus, the man is great in mathematics and has had instructors, those that were most skilled in the subject. It appears to have been an important number of the Neo-Pythagorean group through the extant writings would seem to indicate that he was a popular compiler of manuals and not the head of the school, besides the introduction to arithmetic and introduction to harmonics, and also wrote a book on the mystical doctrine of the number called Philogema, or Arithmetica. Book on the mystical doctrine, one of the best sources. Collection of extracts from ancient works make in the 9th century Photius, Patriarch of Constantinople. That dude. But that's another Nicus. They just have lots of nicknames. So Epiphanes Nicator, the eldest son of Antiochus III. And Grippus, oh, he was another one. And here's Seleucid kings of Syria, the 9th. They say that's Athene on the back, written in Greek. And I like that one, with both faces of Cleopatra. Demetrius II. They didn't know they had a picture of him for a while, is what they said in some of the older books. But under the Demetrius, just was sending him a letter too down there. And was trying to get along, and the third, and then the other one, according to the notes. And there's a Antiochus Epiphanes usurper, holding a scepter and a cornucopia. It says, this coin of a young king is rare. The childhood reign of Antiochus VIII under the regency of his mother, Cleopatra Thea. It says, this attribution was challenged by another professional. So, there are peer reviews for lots of things. Who argues that the third was too old for the obvious very young portrait, and thought it was also a son of Cleopatra. Now, they could say that maybe Cleopatra, since her coins aren't found, maybe, that she was issuing her children's faces. But from her marriage to Antiochus VII, and that it was issued in 131 at the time of the Parthian campaign. And there's another note that control mark linkage affirms the later date of 128 BC and maintain that this is still an issue under Cleopatra, but perhaps of the eldest son, the seventh. Of the 4 known coins of this particular one, different than the other one, only 2 are available and were sold respectively. They erased them from history for over $8,000 in 87. The other 2, they got pictures in a catalog. So I think that's interesting. Tryphon, he's a dude that come in that wasn't supposed to be there, they said, according to theirs. But Antioch on the Orontes meant. Now, if you know where that is, that's up north, at the river, Orontes, where it forks off. Like, isn't it interesting? You got the Nile over there, if you're looking at it, and it's over more to the west, coming up out of Egypt, and it forks off into 4, 5, 6, it's supposed to be 7 or whatever, but it is 5. Anyway, it forks off into stuff. But it's funny. I heard this 50 years ago, and I never did know it, but old lady said, the Nile runs uphill, up. I think she said up or north. I don't know what she said, but it didn't, But then it took me 30 years to even understand what she was saying. But right over to the east, you got the Jordan runs all the way down there. It can't get out in the Dead Sea, but it runs down. But it forks off up there in the Orontes and the Antioch area up there, northern. Written in Greek, but not way early, because it's got a Macedonian. They wanted to borrow the Macedonian spiked helmets. The Corinthians had cool helmets too. Cheek guards. On this one. And I like the crown. They say this from 144 to 142 with the diadem head. It's like Mr. Liberty. Phoenicia, 1st century. This would be called a shekel, is what they said. 30 pieces of silver, in the Bible times. Jewish temple tax. Used for the temple tax. Phoenicia Tyre. Yet, it has an animal on it. And the temple let them have them. And this one had an animal on it. And the Jews said you couldn't have animals on their coins. They had corn and stuff. But see, this is for Phoenicia Tyre and this is for Phoenicia Tyre. So that needs to be edited, that one book. And then Aratus circa, look at that date. turn of the century, veil draped, turreted bust, holding a wreath. And the gold. Now at this time, it's weighed the same weight as the first Lydia coins we looked at, where the line was a representation of Ma, the Sibyl. And facing the bull, lion versus bull. And as it moved east, they kept the same weight. Persia kept the same weight because the weight was a standard from Phoenicia and from Egypt. The weight was a measurement. It's the way you read over there in those old books. It says he had 40 shekels of this. That wasn't necessarily a shekel. It was money. It was a weight, you know. The gold derrick, under Darius. This was actually a few not grams, grains heavier than the traditional measurement of their gold. The silver was right on the same exact, from our inspections, same exact weight as the silver from Greek and Phoenicia. Darius III. It's cool to have. Greek cities fell under Persian control, leading to more 2 centuries of warfare between the Greeks and the Persians. Yeah. Parthian. But just the dates and how different scholars will disagree. Some use just books, some use endnotes, but if you don't have all the information, like that's what I'm saying. I heard that Cleopatra's gold in the book, that Cleopatra's not known to having a gold. Has a double, in other words, all the double cornucopias. We'll have to find a picture of one. If it's a double cornucopia, then it would be gold. From that period over minted and Tyre. The silver ones would have had to have a separate die for the back because it's a single cornucopia. And they may have single silvers, double silvers too, but the golds were all, somebody said there was no evidence of a single cornucopia gold. But yeah, I saw one in a book. But it was in another book. It was old though, in the British Museum. I got a picture of it. But all I'm saying is the fine print. Not everybody knows everything, and I certainly don't. Well, they look interesting. I like the elephants. And the names: Epander, Strato, Zeno, Diomedes, Apollodorus, Archibos, Puclos, Theophilos, Urim, Thummim, Plumbline Rod, Drybone, Foreskin, Mountain. That's the way the money goes. Pop goes the weasel. And the cool hats. Looks like a World War I hat. And from the 160s to 150s. Bactria Kings. That was that one. It's a cool hat. He must have been one of those Epicurean Jews that spoke Greek. And then this dude, he's got a hat, holding a palm, wearing a cassia. So, if you ever want to know what a cassia is, that's a Cossack hat. This is the neatest elephant you'll see all day. It's a war elephant. Look at it charge with its spikes. And this guy's even got an elephant trunk on his hat. Have an elephant skin trench coat. So the Bactrian Greco kings, Demetrius I with his war elephant, and more Seleucian, Bactrian, Greek with an elephant on his hat to let him know who's boss. With a diadem. That elephant's nice, though. The war elephant. And then how things are timed. Nicator. That's what they're saying, another one. And how it looks, and it's rare. According to traditional chronology of the early Bactrian kings, Theodotus I attempted to gradually succeed from the Seleucids. But this stands in stark contrast to all other separatists and usurpers at the time. As a part of his slow transition, he first issued coins bearing the name Antiochus, or they're trying to flip coins, and only later struck his own name. Because somebody refutes this model and reassigns these transitional issues from Theodotus to a new king, Antiochus in Bactria. His argument rests on three main points: the existence of commemorative tetradrachm of Agathocles that names Antiochus Nicator a new arrangement of the control marks and links between the coinage of Theodotus II. Antiochus and Eusebius' generally overcomplicated nature. Earlier models, according to some people, according to a new chronology, though, Theodotus I swiftly broke from the Seleucids and struck coinage, because these Seleucids caused problems. But the Sadducees got along with them a little bit. But the Southern called them radicals, rebels. But then later on, under Bar Kokhba, there were other radicals, rebels. And according to so-and-so Professor Paper, which makes sense to me, that after it was destroyed, they moved up north back to the other temple. Another temple to worship. And it's just funny, the same Greek one, but they never get over it. They're mad. They're mad. Still are. But nothing that doesn't even matter now, unless it's just to those that it matters to. So just the adding of a bookmark can change something from two kings met in a battle, and the army of Demetrius fled, and Alexander pursued him. Or the other reading reads, the army of Alexander fled, and Demetrius pursued. So did Alexander flee and Demetrius follow? Or did Demetrius flee and Alexander follow? Who's writing his story? And King Demetrius sent the same letter to brother Jonathan and to the nation of the Jews, and says, this copy of a letter that I wrote concerning you to our kinsman Lasthenes we have written to you also, so that you may know what it says. Greetings. We've determined to do good to you guys, and we'll give you full obligations to us because of goodwill they show to us. We've confirmed as your possession also the northern territory of Judea and the 3 districts of Lydda, Ratham, and Ephraim. The later, with all the region bordering them, were added to Judah from Samaria. Because you wanted to come up there in Samaria, so you must have had people up there that supported you, and that's good too. You're welcome up here. To all those who offer sacrifice in Jerusalem, we have granted release from the royal taxes. But this says, the other copy, Samaria, for all those who offer sacrifice in Jerusalem, in place of the northern place where they go to church. Yeah, it's interesting. So if you build a straw man by editing or notes, it'd be easy to blow down. And the stork feathers. What's interesting, the stork was held, they could call it a god. The Thessalonica, because the old saying was they killed snakes. And they were held to storks by those people. And Mirala, Blithia. There's another one from Lear. It says a note. Myleria was said to have been a colony of Colophon named from its leader, Merlus, having been taken by Philip, son of Demetrius, the Macedonian, and it was given by him to Persius, king of Blithia, who changed the name to Apamea in honor of his wife. Oh, so they didn't change the name again. It's another place. That's geography. Who was nearly related to Philip. According to Drybone, Stephan Eckel describes coins of this town with the head of Apollo on the obverse reverse lyre with the legend in Greek, and dates at 235-237 of the Punic Wars, Punic era. The coin with the former date has more Greek. This is 23 years later than the latest date on the coins of Nicomedes III. That's what it said. And this was a female veiled head, tetrachord lyre, below with the monogram in Greek note, and the lyre is the commonest type also on coins of Colophon, Nicolia and Phrygia. It's written in Greek in the head of Trajan. The female figure representing the city seated on his head, had a hat in the right hand, patera in his left hand, hasta. Caracalla is ahead. The notes are the best. At Elchasaites, we got peer review. The late Stewart saw more than one ancient marble inscribed with the name of the people, Akalia. So if he saw more than one people of these people around, as he informed me in Naples, and has confirmed in his Ancient Monuments of Lydian Phrygia, page 14, though the inscriptions had never been publicly released, the position of this necklace is important, as it verifies as somebody sheer as Dorlium, while it corrects the line from Dorlium to Apennea, and the direction of the line from Neclea to Ipinua, which is also Ischia, at about 12 miles, therefore, to the southwest of Necleta. What is a day's journey anyway? And 25 southeast of Cordium was situated that remarkable valley, concealed in the mist. Kings of a forest of pines and rugged with high protruding rocks, which one or more of the Phrygian kings chose for their place of a altar, sepulcher, want to be placed there when they died. And that's the thing. Some people will take your bones up and just move them all the way to Egypt so you'll get better regards. And if you don't do them then, you can dig them up and say they were buried there to begin with. Woo-wee. People will do all sorts of stuff. And inscriptions are a perpendicular encampment on the coin of the rocks, which I copied and afterwards published. Oh, it was carving in marble. Plate facing certain ways. And the valley, what's it called now? Southeast of Cardium was situated remarkably. Want to get buried there. They learned from the inscription stuff. Oh, the Phrygians. The valley of as it is now called, it is not more remarkable for its natural peculiarity and its ancient monuments, and for its position very near the center of the Gordian kingdom, about midway between the northern capital, Gordian, and southern Selene. These Selenes, as well as between the eastern and western limits of Phrygia to the Phrygian epigraphs, which I copied. Mr. Stewart added those on another monumental rock, apparently royal, and observed other monuments of minor note, of which were purely Greek. Although for the Phrygian inscriptions, not many. Inscriptions of documents on the 8th century are the only known. They're sufficient to show that about the 8th century, it had some Greek forms, even words of the Phrygian. It was written in characters borrowed from the Greeks of the western coast, where those letters had been introduced long before, and Thebes is way over there by the Phoenicians. The forms of the Phrygian letters not only proved this historical fact, but compared with the Lycian, that's where they had the Halloween festivals. Shows that the Greek alphabet was applied to Lycian as much later. They get out and sing a song of the swallows. Lycian, even Linear B before, and adverting to the Phrygian inscriptions in his work on language and literature of Greece. I don't know if I got that book. Speaks of them first observed by Leakey and recently transcribed again by Stewart and published. Stewart alone, it's not as if Stewart alone copied any of them alone. An unfair representation, in fact, but have been worth noticing. He wasn't alone in doing it, had it not appeared in the work which is secure of a lasting reputation, and which opportunity overthrows one of the most offensive of those German theories which, however armed with erudition, tend to obstruct the course of historical truth and rational inquiry. The CD in the pamphlet note, Arian relates that at the time of the march of Alexander through Asia Minor, the city, who were a colony from Sam and Elos, had forgot their mother tongue and spoke another language which differed even from their neighboring barbarians. The beautiful silver coins of Cide, as well as those of his nearest neighbor, Aspindus, proved that certain words could only be applicable to either people as speaking a non-Hellenic language. Thus, this sense that they were barbarians may indeed be inferred from their legends on their coins, but is very remarkable with regard to the difference in the Scythian and Pamphylian tongues alluded to by Arian, that the legends on the coins as Aspindus and City differ in their alphabet. On the former, the Pamphylian name is represented in Hellenic letters. On the coins of the letter City, Delaney supposes them that they are Pauline. The extensive remains at City on a desert promontory 35 miles east of Attalia and known to the Turks by the name of Iki Adalia, Old Atalthea, have been described by Cervantes Beaufort in his Carmania. Trotus. Note, the site of Sippis has not been determined, although it is most interesting point, the Troves as having been the capital of a Dardanian kingdom during several of the centuries intervening between the destruction of Troy and the time of Alexander, and not less interesting from its connection with a part of the literary history of Greece as related by Strabo. According to the geographer, Palsia stood in the upper region of Ida, below Palencia and above Kebron at a distance of 30 stadies from the Rippus. Consequently, on the eastern side of Ida, the Cepus of his time was 60 stades below the ancient position. So they're moving geography. Seahorse on its coins, Lapancus. Below it, on the either side, it was grapes, the linear and dotted square. Squares and dots. Same type, with no vines. And these were a little bit different. Branches of a tree and a rectangle in the field with ribbons. There was a bust of Caracalla, Juno half draped with a scepter in the hand. Venus with legs crossed, Pallas helmeted, a long drapery, opposed to Cupid standing on a rock and holding a torch in right hand. Above him, Paris on the top of a tree above. This note, which shows that the scrofty placed the sense of the judgment of Paris on their territories. Accords with the position of the seapiece toward the sources of the place as indicated by Strabo, for that river originates on the eastern side of the same summit of Ida, from which the Mendir or ancient Samosia flows in a northwesterly direction. The highest point of Ida rises, the geographer remarks, immediately above the site of Tandris, and the Adel, which is called reverse. Coins and coins. Sebased. The position of this Sebased, known only as a town of the Phrygian vacations of the Lower Empire, has been fixed at Segekar, 15 geographical miles to the northward of Mia. And they got some heads of Bacchus, so they say. Different drapery, stuff around the neck, scepters. I don't know if they have a scepter. Phrygian bonnet. They don't have elephant heads, though. Helmeted female in long drapery, looking. In the left hand, patera containing 2 rounds. A right hand, serpent, feeding from the patera. The right hand and the left hand, Jupiter, and the note on these coins are here attributed to Sebast of Phrygia, as well from their style as because they have not, like the coins of Sebast of Galatia and of Sebast of Paphlagonia any legend distinctive of those provinces? Well, all the coins with this simple Greek legend being probably to Sebaste of Phrygia. Note, another Cilici. The remains of Sebaste of Sicily at Ahash had been described by certain peer reviews. The city was founded or augmented by Archelaus, king of Cappadocia, when in procession of the opposite island, Elustra, which is now a promontory, hence Acrostyles himself on his coins. In Greek, Kings and Dynasties book, the name Sebaste here was in our honor of Augustus, who had added all Cilicia, Trachea, even Seleucia to the kingdom of Aristarchus. To the north and the north. Here's a palm branch and a wreath, number 185, but who mistakes in describing it as a size 9? The commencements of the era of Nicopolis being at 71, this coin was struck in AD 113, the 15th year of Trajan. Nicopolis, more Seleucids of Syria, note. According to Stephanus and Eusebius, there was Nicopolis, or near the site of Issus, and so named for the victory of Alexander over Darius. But Strabo distinguishes Nicopolis from Issus. Though be names the former among the cities of the icy Gulf, there may perhaps be some textual fault, as the geographer seems to include among many same names that of Mosquetia, which stood on the river Paramus, 15 or 20 miles from the shore of the Icy Gulf. There is little prospect, therefore, of determining the position of Nicholas of Seleucus until it is known where its coins are generally found. Peer review. Written in Greek, head of Julia Domna, left hand a spear and a shield, right hand patera over altar with fire, Nicopolis, Judea, Palestina. Eminence, which was situated on the road from Jaffa to Jerusalem on the sea. We talked about how far that was. I don't remember, at the accent of 15 miles, 20 miles, mountains, 7 miles. Don't remember. Where some remains of antiquity are still to be seen, received the name of Nicopolis from Vespasian after the capture of Jerusalem. It was not the same place as the Amus, which by the same emperor's command was occupied by 1,800 Roman Emirati. This place was no more than 60 stays from Jerusalem. What's a day's journey anyway? Emmaus and Nicopolis was distance from thence, according to the Jerusalem itinerary, 22 MP miles. Echo, who supposed the two places to have been one and the same, is at a loss to account for the coins of Nicopolis having no appearance of being colonial. There's no reason to believe that Emmaus ever was a Roman colony, because if it ends with opolis, it's Greek. It's written in Greek. If it's onum, it's usually Roman, and they'll be written in Latin, sometimes Latin and Greek transition. bust of something and something, veiled and turreted, right hands, ears of corn on her head, ram running through at her feet. Philippus Senior coin, radiant bust of Philip Senior, the knight appearing before the neck, written in Greek, veiled female figure in the terrace-style temple, on her head, ram running through it. Attested, same legend type as the coins of Philip. I like this one. Nicaea, Bithynia. According to Stephanus, Nicaea, before the Macedonian conquest, was called a Greek word. Another form, perhaps, of Ankara, which name being found both in Phrygia and Galatia, is probably of indigenous and not of Greek origin. Oh, they were Spartans. They've been there a while. Or something. In the time of Antigonus, king of Asia, Nicaea received a colony from somebody. From by the sea, and the names Antigonia, which lasted, however, not longer than the Agonon of Tros, having been replaced by that of Nicaea, who was daughter of some Antipas and wife of Licinius. So they're talking about where this was here and that was there, and now it's here, and now it's here, and there. Note, coins of the province of Lycia are extant of the emperors Augustus, Domitian, and Nerva, having on the obverse the letters AY, which, as well as the lyre, are common on coins of the Lycian. There's 2 lines and 2 lyres. There can be no doubt, therefore, as to the attribution of the 2 following. They were struck probably at Patara, the ruins of which show that which flourished in that age. It was about the time of Augustus that the Lycian language ceased to be employed in writing. Some monumental inscriptions of an earlier date, being bilingual, tend to show that the language was already not generally spoken or understood on the later coins of the Lycians. The dominant type is the lyre, in honor of the Apollo of Patara, which city, from the time of Ptolemy, Philadelphus, became the leading one of Lycia, though Xanthus was still the greatest in the time of Strabo. In an earlier age, many of the cities of Lycia impressed their coins with local types of Lycian legends, and until by the discovery of bilingual inscriptions, a further insight into the language is obtained. Some of those coins will remain of uncertain attribute to the Lycian names, differing sometimes considerably from the corresponding Greek. The most complete collection of this class of coins is in the Lycian of Sir Charles Phillips. And maybe I don't even know who's in charge over there 100 miles away, 80 miles away. Note, the following coins have been attributed by numismatists to Judea for their similarity to other coins of that country, in fabric, in style, in the employment of a date, and in the absence, in conformity with Jewish customs, of any kind of animal representation. They are extant only from Augustus to Nero. But if they're in charge of the Romans, and have heads on them, and if they're in charge of other people, they will use. But if it's their own, they don't. They say they don't use. But they'll take them as shekel coins. That's what was interesting. Even in the temple, they'll take shekel coins with animals on them, an ear of corn, palm tree, 2 French, depending. Which is nothing wrong with it. It's just they just don't mint them that way, or didn't. 2 plain branches crossed, and others. And others with the Nero coins. And note, the years of those of the reigning emperor. So it's their 5th year, their 17th year, so they say. Yeah, they date them different. Just imagine being a historian today. What if I say, and I'm writing a book, so I want everybody in the history or in the future to know who I'm talking about and how I'm doing. I'm going to be real specific where nobody can mess up. I do everything where I can do it. I'm going to say, it was the 10th year. In the 10th year after Donald Trump's inaugural election as president, during his second term, during his second year, and what I'm getting at, if in the future I do not know that there's a 4 years, and then there's another 4 years for somebody else, and that this would be his second term, and there would be 4 years in between where he didn't run. So little information, 100 years from now, if I can omit little things and eventually get the whole book going or whatever, then I can actually rewrite history. If I can take 4 coins and move coins around, I can rewrite history. And I'm not the brightest person. And even the most malicious, evil person knows not to box themselves in. So it's just interesting. This is what's interesting. Read dictionaries. I don't know what this book is. I don't know which one. I got more than one. But it's old coin books. Old numismatic books. You can find one. You learn history and everything. I give them to the kids. This is what and you get just a little bit. But, imagine that. I'm trying to explain something written in a book. And if they don't know what I'm talking about 100 years from now, they don't know. Bust of a Julian girl, Lucius, Hadrianus, Tranquillina. That's a cool name. I like that. I told her about that a few weeks ago. I told her to look at these names. Tranquillina. Note. Emesa is modern hymns or Homs, which is probably the original name. And Siscia, Basila, ornamented with columns and 6 arches and 2 stories, having each of them a statue. And then note, Julia Domna was the daughter of Bassianus, priest of the sun at Emesa. Her sister Messa was mother of Somius, who was the mother of Alabagus. Mammia, the sister of Somus, was mother of Servius Alexander. All of these persons' effigies occur on coins, and most of them were, including Julia Domina herself, natives of Emesa. So some people aren't native. Like Trypho, they would call him not native because he come in and took over. They had a constitution. Athens and Sparta, they did. That's what they say. Ephesus was a colony of Athens, which the Muses in the guise of bees were said to have led to the Ephesian shore. According to Pausanias, Ephesus was the son of Cestris, in confirmation of which an Ephesian coin of Antinous represents two bearded heroes joining hands, with the legend in Greek. But at a later time, the local tradition seems to have made Ephesus one of the Amazons. For on coin of Trajan Decius, Valerian, and Gallienus, two Amazons are joining hands with the legend. Which makes sense if you read his book. Divided into 4 squares. Another similar but lighter and a legend distinct. A bee in a dotted circle, forepart of a stag, looking back, palm trees, Deborah's palm trees. Oh, on the back. Oh. Ephesus, 2 Amazons. Local tradition seems to have made Ephesus one of the Amazons. One of those Sicilian words. All dotted circles. Electrotype. That means 3 parts gold, 1 part silver. But it got mixed up. It wasn't always that way. But that's what it accustomed to be. It's the first definition I heard of it anyway. The name reverse is found on a similar coin of Samos with the letters, which may stand for things and indicate an alliance between the cities. The same reverse occurs on similar coins at Rhodes, but without those letters. Nevertheless, Rhodes was probably included in their alliance, all the way to Thebes. The coins are little, if at all, later than the year 400 BC. And they had stags, and they had scepters, and a conscience, and a serpent escaping from a cistern open with ivy leaves, twisting around a quiver between the heads. Serpent's a small quiver, having a cup and handle, same type with torch, but between heads of the bee. So they had several coins. Hung a crown and a wreath. Looking back, similar types, but have stags. The bee and the wreaths. Heads of triumvirate. I like the Tranquilla. The head of Antonius, surmounted by a star. So there sure were a lot from Ephesus. It said that Ephesus was Amazon, winged boar or sow, clamazine. What's it say? Relates that, I need a chair. He has the authority that the song and gave name to a place was celebrated in song. It would seem that to a mischievous wild sow of uncommon swiftness and fast poetry had added wings was a flying pig. Probably the oracles was consulted by declaring the sow to be Apollo's pet or some other duty it was to appease by sacrifices. To adopt the monster as a monetary type was a natural consequence. Lion scalp, there was more, and the flying pigs. The swan with raised wings. Note, swans were the ministers of Apollo, and God himself was said to have assumed that form. The swan standing with wings. I know the Thessalonians, whatever, they did harmonize with the stork. And birds of a feather flock together, right? The ram and a note. On some other coins, of turreted female heads are accompanied by the legend in Greek, probably therefore daughter, mother, granddaughter. When it's one, but probably therefore Clamazine, where all these coins, was one of the Amazons, and the reputed founder of the city. Like Marina was the founder of the city, and Smyrna was the founder of the city, and Simeon was the founder of the city, and Timnus was the founder of another city. Yeah. Sendus. The worship of Venus. Note the worship of Venus at Sendus and the convenience of its harbors, one of the most important maritime positions of Greece, are strong presumptions in favor of the supposition that it was originally a Phoenician settlement. Though Homer makes no allusion to the place, and the Doric colonization from Europe is the first event connected with it, which history has authentically noticed. The ruins of Sendus are so extensive as to give a better idea of a Greek city than any other in existence. They are described in the first chapter of the third part of the Antiquities of Iona by the Society of Delentini, a remark which I there made as a commerce of Sendus and the celebrity of its wine has been curiously illustrated by the discovery at Alexandria and Athens of a great number of inscribed manuscripts of Cutian vases, showing the extent of the export commerce of Sendus. the head of a fore and foreleg of a lion. Behind the neck, a dove, hair forming a knot behind the neck, two bunches of grapes, a bunch of grapes, and a stem, circle of large dots, two lines between them, a tripod. So, Aegea note in our copies of Xenophon and Strabo named the city Aya. And those Herodotus name it something else. The coins vary the form of the gentle, from the most ancient. We may infer that it was a Greek word. At a later date, it was another Greek word. I'm not aware that the position of the city has ever been ascertained. From Strabo, it would appear to have been situated between Timnus and Syene, perhaps the modern goose something, which is exactly in that line. Eolidus. So we got Isis in the Greeks, with heads of goats, and naked figures with radiating heads. Note, here's Aegea Sissia. So this is more the Ephesians, Amazons, in the autonomous times of the city. The name of its people was written in another way. Under the Roman Empire, we find three different forms of the name in use. And at length, the name of the city was shortened to Aea, as appears by the present ace. It is usual Rome form of the third case. So there's 3 or 4 types of spelling. And sometimes from Phoenician to Greek, and sometimes from Lycia to Lydia to Greece, that they're not even similar. Bow, and case, and a club. Oh, that sounds violent. But they're the ones that got burned up. First, the area of Aegea, it says, commenced in the year 47, when Julius Caesar, marching from Egypt through Syria against Pharnaces, settled the affairs of the Cillian and other cities in this part of Asia. The year 300, therefore, year 253, the first year of Valerinus, Galenus, radiate head of Galeninus, 2 men naked, each with club in one hand, the other arm entwined. Note, those must have been the wrestling matches where they tried to shut down. That took bayonet practice to a whole nother level. They quit that after Vietnam. The coins of Aeneas C. in their cornucopia, in their copiousness, style, and date, accord with extensive ruins. This day described by different majors and authorities and term papers and reports and qualified immunity for all the heads of state and prosecutory immunity for the rest of the bunch. And they all got lots of people coming together with various deciding peer reviews. Eagles with wings expanded. What does it mean? Head paters, the left caducus, caduceus, Hermes. In the right hand, they were Greek, youthful lariat heads, eagle with wings expanded, youthful male head, and flying pigs. You want to see something? Since you waited this long, let me show you what else you do.
I find it absolutely fascinating and invigorating. I find it just, I'm just tickled. I love you, Father. This kind of stuff is it's such a joy to discover. And no matter how much is hidden, of course, eventually it'll come to the light, you know. We gotta peck at it and work at it, and everyone's on their own level of discovery. But a side quest, a side note, coming from the steps of figuring out where this translation come from. So you got the Ebionites in New York, and there's the Trappist monks, and you got Bamberger, the psychiatrist, brilliant guy, doing this translation, okay? But this translation, the basis of it comes from a French Jerusalem Bible that was very popular, that got translated into English, became the English Jerusalem Bible. And so there's a side quest, side note, very interesting here. The man that brought you, or you know what? I don't even know if it's a man or a woman. I'm sorry. This is how much I don't know about movies and other books. Okay, this is The Lord of the Rings, J.R.R. Tolkien. Is that a man or a woman? Sorry. Oh, sorry. Whoever it is, Tolkien's most notable contribution to biblical scholarship, yes, that's what it says. Tolkien's most notable contribution to biblical scholarship was his work on the Jerusalem Bible. That was the French Bible translated into English, the Jerusalem Bible, published in 1966. This was the first complete English Catholic Bible translated from the original Hebrew and Greek rather than the Latin Vulgate. I know that's some of the KJV only guys will be happy about that. Like, yeah, get that Vulgate out of here. I know the translation wars. But so good on them. But so that's just this gives you an idea. Okay, sorry. So I got so excited about that. He worked on the Book of Jonah. Yes, so the Book of Jonah. My bad. I got a little too excited, a little too pumped up, and switched gears. That's the beauty of not editing. You know what? Maybe I'll just do these lives. I mean, I got a really funky schedule of when to pull this kind of stuff off, but hey, whatever. Like, it's the same thing, because I'm doing it live anyway. But might as well just have some people join and comment if it's not too much of a distraction, because I'm already distracted. It's already, okay. The translation method, the English version was not a direct translation of the French text, but rather a translation of the Hebrew and Greek using the French scholarly framework and notes. J.R.R. Tolkien one of the most famous contributors to the English project, who served as a translator and a literary stylist for the Book of Jonah. So just side quest, and it took a little too long, and I got funky dunky there, but if you've seen my actual lives, you know that's just how it goes. Okay. Okay, so North Pole. Like, this is where...
So, not only we can edit it, take out books, listen to people, but then add something on the 4th page 4 weeks later, or even if you say it back to back, somebody might remember something before. So, the information, everybody thinks they know everything. We don't know nothing. We don't know, we know some things, but we can't prove we're alive. So, and you never know if people are working. I follow up though. Yeah, and you do too. Everybody follows up. Tries to get to the bottom of things, to think. Or you should. But people do things. And Alexander said, you over there, and you over there, and you're overseers, and you, as a governor neighbor, and you come on, have been that way all along. We got to go over Allied infantry, which by course had been commanded. And I think learned a lesson from Alexander and keep Egypt under guard and never send any more from the Senate as proconsul of Egypt, but only those who are enrolled among them as knights. When spring began to show itself, Alexander started from Memphis in the direction of Phoenicia. And a bridge was made for him over the Nile River at Memphis and over its canals also. When he reached Tyre, he found there his fleet already arrived to meet him. At Tyre, he sacrificed a second time to Hercules and held an athletic and literary contest. There, the Paralis from Athens met him, bringing envoys of Diphantus and Achilles. The entire crew of Paraphus were associated with him in the embassy. They achieved all their objects, their mission, and Alexander gave up to the Athenians all the Athenian captives taken on by the Grantius. Being informed that revolt had broken out in Peloponnese in his favor, he sent Amortus to help such Peloponnesians, and were quite sound as regards the Persian war, and were not inclined to listen to the Lacedaemonians. Orders were, besides, given to the Phoenicians, the Cyprians, to send to Peloponnese 100 ships. Over and beyond, he was dispatching under command of Amphiorus. Alexander himself was already starting inland and the river Euphrates. Thapicus set Cronus and set other people, Borean over the collection in Phoenicia, and Philoxus over the collection in Asia, inside of Taurus. The guardianship of such monies as were with him he entrusted in lieu of these officers. Just returned from exile. Harpus, son of Mactius, was the first instance been sent into exile while Philip was still on the throne, because he was loyal. He was loyal to Alexander. And Ptolemaeus, son of Lagos, was exiled on the same account, and Nerses, son of Androtimus, and others that were loyal to him. since Alexander fell under Philip's suspicion. So they prayed and had a literary and athletic contest. Somebody said, but the one thing about it, NFL is American. Soccer is worldwide. It's a New World Order thing, and although running's good, America's America, NFL. I like baseball better anyway, but it is nice to have something that's your own. And it's neat. We just see the land of Issus and Lycia, and where they don't know exactly where all these coins come from. It was an evil man. I guess wasn't loyal to Alexander, who made his way to Italy, Alexander of Epirus, and died in Italy. Harpalus, however, took refuge in the Megarids. Alexander, however, persuaded him to return, giving him assurance that he would not suffer at all for this flight of his. And sure enough, he did not suffer, but was set again in charge of the treasury. He sent to Lydia a satrap, Mendandros, one of his companions, and other mercenaries. In place, he made satrap of Syria Asclepidorius of Eunuchus, supplied the army detailed for the march into the interior. Alexander arrived. But what was he going to do? There he found the river bridge, two bridges. The fact was that Mazaeus, to whom Darius had entrusted the guardian of the river, was about 3,000 cavalry, and of these 2,000 being Greek mercenaries, for some time kept his guard over the river. And so the bridge had not been completed by the Macedonians right up to the opposite bank, for fear that the Mazaeus troops would attack the bridge in its extremity. But upon learning of Alexander, Mazaeus was already marching up and hurried off with all his forces. So soon as ever, Mazaeus fled. Well, did Alexander flee, Demetrius flee, or who fled at that time? But this time it says Alexander crossed, and there's no notes on this one. So Mazaeus fled. But Alexander was not boxing himself in by completing that bridge right off the bat. Thence he continued inland. After having prayer and an athletic fest, Alexander moved on to Darius. And the story is he stayed and he didn't attack at night. He thought it wouldn't be fair. He wanted to win fair and square. But the other guys were scared to attack at night, because they would do some stuff like that. And there he gave his army a rest. And there too, there was almost a total eclipse of the moon. Alexander prayed again, sacrificed to the moon, had flying pigs, to the sun, to the earth, and all those are said to be concerned in the eclipse. Aristandros concluded that the eclipse was favorable to the Macedonians and Alexander, and that the battle would take place during the self-same moon, and that the sacrifices portended victory to Alexander. Well, he's talking like a talking lamb. Then, leaving the Tigris, Alexander passed through the country. On the fourth day after crossing, were they casting lots? No, they were drawing up his force in advance to battle. Alexander then, taking with him the royal squadron, one squadron and another, set him up, seeing what they were going to do. and they learned that Darius was not far off. This was because there had come up to help Darius such as of the Indians, as border upon the Bactrians. And that's who later started to end up looking like it on the coins, when the coins moved east. Bactria kept minting coins, but they left their Greek appearance and looked more Persian, Indian. The satrap of Bactria. With these there came also certain Saki, a Scythian people, of the Scyths who inhabit Asia, not as subjects of Byssus, but owing alliance with Darius. Different Scythians, different Bactrians. Maurice was their commander. North and south, east and west. Oh, and we're not even there yet. You know, I should draw this. On the west is actually called the north wind, and the south gate is actually called the west wind, and the north gate is actually called the east wind, and the east gate is actually called the south wind. Now, don't that complicate stuff? And then, what is that? Solomon. So, Bupars was in command of the Babylonians, the Carians who had been transplanted. Kind of like, well, not kind of like, just different versions of Scythians from the east and Scythians from the west, under other commands with Alexander. And he had so many Greek mercenaries over there with Marsyas too. The Syrians of the lowland, Syria, and all from Mesopotamia, Syria, were under Marsyas. The number of Darius' forces was given as 40,000 horse, 1,000,000 foot, 200 sitz chariots, and a few elephants. The Indians on this side of the Indians having some 15 of the Indus. Those battle elements are, Demetrius the First coins are cool. Heart would think of discipline and danger and complete silence when they must go forward in silence, and of a ringing cheer when it was right to cheer, and of the most frightful battle cry when it was time to raise it, and that each should smartly obey orders and pass on smartly to the orders to the ranks one, all remembering. And the army as a whole, that in its own neglect there was universal danger, and in all own diligent achievement universal success. With these and similar words, though brief, he exhorted them and was in turn urged by the commander to rely on them. So he bade his army take their meal and rest. It's related that Parmenio came to him to his tent and advised him to attack the Persians at night. Oh yeah, Alexander didn't do that. That wouldn't be fair. It would steal the victory. This loftiness of his did not seem mere excess of vanity, but rather confidence amid dangers. And as I fancy he reasoned well in this matter, for at night many unforeseen occurrences happened. Alexander, as a rule, man risked in his battles, but yet he thought night was too risky. And besides, Darius was scared. The secret attack by the Greeks under cover of night would excuse Darius from any confessing of being a worse general with worse troops. While should any unexpected disaster happen to themselves, the enemy had a friendly country round them with which they were familiar, while they themselves were in an unknown country full of enemies. And of these good number were prisoners, who would be sure to make onslaught at night, not only in case of failure. They might have been worried about the Greek mercenaries, but even if they did not clearly, if they weren't going to get paid when the preponderating victory. For these reasons I commend Alexander, and equally so for his bold resolve for a daylight action. Also, they feared all night that the enemy would make a night attack. The army was drawn up. After the Susians, Caduceans, Persians. This was the disposition of the left wing. It says a line of the Adorno family in Flanders, founded in Abizo. We're way much later, in 1307 AD now. The Crusader and the forces of the Comte Guy de Payerne established itself in Bruges. Pietro, 1409, served as treasurer of the commune at Bruges, and his sons, Giacomo and Pietro, established in Bruges in 1428 the Church of Jerusalem, a replica of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. Anselmo, son of the second Pedro, was treasurer of Bruges, traveled to Syria and Africa, and served as ambassador to Iran for Charles the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, and as counselor to King James II. That's in Scotland. (1428) messing around with Jerusalem. They made a replica of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre, also called Holy Sepulchre, church built on the traditional site of Jesus' crucifixion and burial. According to the Bible, John 19, his tomb was closed to the place of the crucifixion, and so the church was planned to enclose the site of both the cross and the tomb. You know, it said that Bethlehem had a wall around it, but it has never been found there. But the Church of the Holy Sepulchre lies in the northwest quarter of Old Jerusalem City. Old City of Jerusalem. Constantine the Great first built a church on the site. It was dedicated in 336. Alright, so after Bar Kokhba, they didn't mess it up. Then they went north, and under his coins, it says that there was a temple on the coins anyway, somebody said it, but it might have been northern stuff. But this was in 336. But then it was burned by the Persians in 614. And remember those coins that was from 600-700, found somewhere back at another place in temples? What if The one you know that Helen built a church, built lots of churches, and there's one over there now. And there was some destruction there. And then what if later, but what if that was destroyed? And the Persians burnt the one up there that he had built up there that wasn't where the new one is. What if that? How you know? How you know? How you know? I don't know. The cradle of the symbolism used in all masonry, Oriental this case, is placed by many of the best authorities in that country which they believe was first inhabited, i.e. the plateau of Tartary, and from there transmitted to this generation by the sages of India, Persia, Ethiopia, and Egypt. We are not indebted to either ancient Egypt for either religion or masonry, but to America. It is fact to the Oriental Masonic mystic that Memphis, Egypt, and the pyramids, under the guidance of the kings, the mystic rites of masonry, were worked many thousands of years ago. But at that time, Egypt and the continent of America were one and the same. In America, rediscovered in the 15th century and repopulated in the 17th, was recovered Egypt and the Promised Land, or the land of the constellation of the Eagle. No matter how numerous or complicated the works of a lock may be, if but the right key be applied, the Great Pyramid proves to be a long sought key. This is over there where Helena built another churches and all around. But they're a lot norther. They're in Nazareth, around up there, 7, 8, 10 miles north. Over in this area, that area. The bell's gone. That's not it, but it's something like it. It's in the area. Measuring rod. Bringing out the measuring rod. No, the rod is scepter. Words are cool. That's over there on the other side of the road. Oh, man. Wow, it's almost 5 hours. And I ain't even got to my book. I'm going to have to go ahead and rip that open. Go ahead and start marking up some pages in between, because I get lost in this other stuff. But I gotta open that up. See, I don't even know. I don't know if it's got Maccabees in it. I don't know. It's gonna be a surprise. I've had that 15, 20, at least 15, probably 18, 15. No, I had 15, maybe 16. Went in a little yard sale or house sale, estate sale. If it's got Maccabees in it, I'm gonna give it to one of the girls. That way they got a copy, hard copy. I give one of them. But who you gonna listen to? That's the thing. Everybody's got peer review. Among the practices the boy love, we'll say, because those Athenian Greeks, get a bad rap sometimes. They're like, oh, they got the prettiest girl sculptures, talking about Diana. And, listen, just because everybody went into Bacchus, and I don't even know what Bacchus is anyway, but Bacchus, I'm sure there's some debauch more than others. But Epicureans, not wanting to get beat up, and not be all uptight and support your families and mothers. And for them to have so many women, mother love statues and all, listen, it's said that boy love and debauchery or whatever came into Greece from some Cretan. So some Cretan brought it over there. So whoever, I wonder who brought it to Crete. I have to see who that was. I know it was over there. It was somebody. All right. But then others declare something else. And then here's the thing. You keep on, and I don't have to read all of it, but it says, yet Praxis and Siller says something else. And then somebody else says something. And then we got old tried and true Herodotus, who we already got him all twisted up 3 or 4 times, says that it came to the Greeks, and then it moved to the Persians. So, who's writing the story anyway? A lot of them. And they're not getting together discussing it. Because they don't box themselves in, do they? Yeah. So the lion was the Sibyl from Mu on the and they didn't like the bull. What did it say? While into ruin, for it does not reappear in history till the time of Alexander the Great, when it was captured by him. Part of the inhabitants put to the sword, others removed to Shechem, and a new colony introduced. Some frontier towns also were lost to Judean at this time. It appears soon after to have been rebuilt. Around 311, but in 311, during the war of Antiochus and Ptolemy Lagi, they suffered demolition of its walls. Restored again in a short time, it continued to exist till about BC 129, when it was taken and early destroyed by John Hyrcanus. The Jews retaining possession of the site, it was restored by Pompey to its former. They wrote back and forth. They wanted Samaria, wanted back and forth. Samaria wanted. And then the people that didn't go to Jerusalem, then in a persecution under Darius, some Samaritans, exiles, fled from the Jews. So by this time under Darius, some Samaritans, exiles, fled from the Jews. Does that mean the Jews were with Darius? They're all mixed up. Which Jews they talking about? And which Samaritans they talk about? Samaritans normally north. So the Samaritans logically fled from the Jews. But did they go to Darius? These particular ones? Because I'm saying some went to Darius and some went to Alexander. Because it done said that, and all the other half of the book say Samaritans were giddy with the Greeks, even Demetrius. Yeah. On the position of Cutha. Hence the name was fixed upon them in order to deprive the nation of that of Israelites. Hence the name was fixed upon them in order to deprive the nation of that of Israelites. We'll call ourselves Kuthians. Kutha. And owners and rebuilt by Ebionites again a few years BC. And somewhat later again fortified, colonnade and magnificent, adorned by Herod the Great. And they say they don't know exactly which Herod's place got torn down. Because all get mixed up right there. Right there's where it gets mixed up. Get mixed up a lot. It ends up being in south, though. No doubt about it. Receiving the name of Sebaste, which is north, in honor of Augustus, to whom a splendid temple was erected within the city. Now, Sebaste is not South Jerusalem. A Roman colony, but it got torn down. Sebaste did. We just sell them coins. We just read a bunch of stuff. And there's more. A Roman colony was planted there by Septimius Severus. And then, we don't know where all, because there's a bunch, but Helen came with Constantine in 300 and built a church over there in the north. Yeah. Oh, rock wall churches. Roman colony was planted there by up north. Early in the 3rd century, and there's down south too. And there's one over there at Cyprus. And all over the place. And Delos, yeah. A bishop, and they were sending money to Samaria. A bishop of Sebaste was present at the Council of Nicaea. See, in 325. At what time Herod's magnificent erections were laid waste is not known. It's funny, they know everything else, don't they? I'm sure we get a few papers written now. A bishop of Sebaste was present at the Council of Nicaea in 325, and another at the Synod of Jerusalem in 536. When the place then fell into the hands of the Crusaders, a Latin place was established there about 1155. It went on a long time. And we done read that after it got tore up in 70, and later on they went over there and they practiced up north. Kept getting tore down, but it was up. But more interest attaches to Shechem. And they still argue. And this guy gets a bad rap on some stuff. And this food is called among us the Eucharist, of which no one is allowed to partake but the man who believes that the things which we teach are true. Assents to the doctrine of the church. That's right. And who has been washed with the washing that is for the remission of sins. and to regeneration. That's right. The blood and flesh. A tent of flesh, dressed up in skin. Come here. Washed away. The death, the burial, and the resurrection. So be it. And it's the Eucharist. And who is so living as Christ has enjoined? No mortal sin and a state of grace. That's right. He washed it all, past, present, and future. For not as common bread, as common drink, like bubblegum, do we receive this, but in like manner as Jesus Christ our Savior, having been made flesh. That's right. The Word of God, a tent in flesh, struck in a tent of man, hath both flesh and blood for our salvation. So likewise have we been taught. That's exactly what we've been taught. That's what he said. Do this in remembrance, that the food which is blessed by the prayer of his word, the words of the institution and consecration, once and for all. That's the way he done it. And from with our blood and flesh by transmutation, what the church codified as transubstantiation. Well, which time? We're hanging on Nicaea number 1, and that's all the way we got to go. And nourished is the flesh, blood of that Christ who made flesh. Presence, real presence, yeah. Like persons. I don't know. There's a lot of people says persons is like 3 people with 3 different crowns and 3 different thrones. But no, just one. Just real presence, once and for all. For the apostolics and the memoirs composed by them, which are called Gospels, have thus delivered unto us what has enjoined upon them. That Jesus took bread, and when he had given thanks, he said, do this in remembrance of me. That's what he said. This is my body. And that after the same manner, having taken the cup and given thanks, he said, this is my blood, and this is my coffee. Hoorah. And gave it to them alone. But then he told them to go be fishers of men. There's a book. It's called Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union between the States of a bunch of states. There's that line of Sybil attacking the Croesus bulls, Lydia. That's the first. That's a coin. Look at that. Look at that. First struck that we know of, gold coin from Lydia. Last king of Lydia, Croesus. Is that attacking line again? See, we got these Alexander's boys and broke up. And it says Jonathan heard that the generals of Demetrius had come with a strong force to Kadesh in Galilee. So he went to meet them, the army of the foreigners. Boy, made an ambush, and Jonathan's men fled. Jonathan rent his garments, and he went back, and then he ran them off from Kadesh. That's some coins. And Jonathan then returned to Jerusalem. And that other boy, and these coins found all down through there. And over here too. And even up here at Pella. Alexander's boys. And then you got Ptolemy Soter over here in Egypt. Remember? And Seleucus I. So these guys have coins scattered over here too. They call these the other Greek states, Seleucid Kingdom, Antigonid Kingdom, and Ptolemaic Kingdom. And there are coins all over the place. There's some pottery found from Kadesh. See that marking? They were still in relation with Tyre, trade or something. And broken pots. Jonathan. So what we're looking at is a bunch of faces and names. So Greeks and Tyre, right there. And then Demetrius III. Where'd he go? Alexander Janus barely escapes ambush. Up there. The Gadarenes is up there too. That's the good sea. I run down here. You're going to make that water sweet. Make that water sweet. There's Joppa. And Jerusalem ain't on the sea. It's over here. On this sea now. But they went up here. And then later rebuilt this. And kept tearing this one down. And Roman helped finish this one off right here. And these guys still went up here and fought these people, fought these people, fought these people. And then went way over here on these islands, way over here. Fought those people too. Yeah, to be boy lovers, they sure had a bunch of girl statues. They seemed to imprint money, good money. They had a mint over there. And according to the papers, peer review, and according to the maps, these people up here in the north, they were all the way over here too. And all the way up on the other side of Thebes. And there, in AD 1175, he found 200 Samaritans and as many Jews. Pieces which we have described as colonial are represented in the Samaritan heartland of Neapolis and Samaria. Sovereigns depicted on the coins include Augustus, Nero, Trebonus, Gallius, Lagabus, Gordian I. The catalog produces the busts of the emperors and obverse in chronological order. And on the reverse, many configurations of divinities in different temples. All except 2 of the following coins were found in Samaria, or were known to have been in circulation, but have been known to be in circulation in Samaria. The exception is the 2 from 334, 379, and a gold decadrim struck in Alexandria are both elegant and rare. It was struck in Alexandria, but Tyre had a mint later, and rare, and are presented here because of their significance in the history. In view of their rarity, it is highly probable that they did indeed circulate among the Samaritans. To the left, a Sidonian galley of the sea, equipped with several rows and oars, Phoenician letter, bet is above. To the right, the Persian king, Artaxerxes, rides in a chariot, drawn by 4 horses. One of those Scythian chariots. And in the rear figure, Egyptian headdress carries a scepter, topped by an animal horn. To zoom in on that. Oh yeah, another one here. Riding the chariot. Oh, we'll go down, up. And then the Octavian Augustus circulated in Samaria. The calling is 14 AD. Then a Kartir, a Tyre. Looks like the shekels, 30 pieces of silver for Judas. Temple coin. With an eagle on an animal, silver, a laurel wreath bust, an eagle facing left over the prow of the ship, a palm leaf under its left wing, temple silver, Antiochus Origenes, silver struck in Syria, struck north. And then, I like this one. And here you go, a gold Phoenician Tyre. That's Tyre. Decadrim struck in Alexandria, Egypt. And here's your gold single cornucopia that some people will say modern day that Queen Cleopatra, Queen, did not have a gold single. Here's your gold single out of an old book. Just because it's not on record today, they're either trying to, I don't know. They said they found one and they were like, oh, it might be a commemorative and something, maybe a special something. But then they found another one, they're like, oh, okay. So, but evidently they haven't read this whole book, and I have. The gold, but this one was struck in Alexandria. And anyway, maybe it ain't. Maybe this isn't Cleopatra. This is Bernice II, Queen of Cyrenaica, the wife of Ptolemy III. To the right, a horn of plenty, cornucopia. circled with a royal band between two six-pointed stars. But it's virtually the same. It's just a gold single. But it's not Cleopatra's head. So the books might be right. I'm a professional. No, it not. Both Jewish and Samaritan sources speak of Samaritan contact with Alexander the Great. Is in the contact reported by Josephus. Have our first substantial report of the settlement of Samaritans outside the province of Samaria. Josephus reports some stuff, seeking permission from Alexander to establish a temple on Mount Gerizim. It was already there, 300 or 400, and before. Build it up again in rivalry to that of Jerusalem. Took about 8,000, 16,000, his Samaritan countrymen to support and help. Oh, but they don't want that and they'll burn it down. Because they said anybody who wants to stay there can stay there. But then some people want to come there and burn it down. So, you get this old book, table, and sometimes it'll tell you, adding up. And here, a guy named Noah, end his life age, according to the Hebrew, 1656, and according to the Greek, 2242. At least they tell you the difference. In some books, give you an idea of the evenness. So there's those doubles from Tyre. There's a Cleopatra. That's the double cornucopia at the top. They come down and touch. They say there's no single cornucopias. So these are gold. Found more than one. And a double cornucopia. About 100. That's what the date they're giving it. You get on to more of Seleucids that are found. And see, they're nicely done. And they slowly start losing their luster. Later, and eventually start looking more Persian and cruder. They start looking cruder, real crude. Ptolemy, evil. Ptolemy ruled in Cyprus. And to see where they're found, you got south over there. There's a few found down there. have been found of northern rule in that time period. And there's still going on. There's been quite a bunch over here. More north. And even some way up here. And what was thought to be southern controlled portions up there at this time. But they're still taking northern money. I think these are neat. This is found up there on the other mountain up north. And there's like these rocks. They were broken up so small. And all of them, there's like almost 400 or so. But they've been broke up, and what's interesting is, yeah, we're in this area. This is Mount Gerizim and Ebal. And these pieces just broke up all over that wall. Or this old script. And that's not Greek, folks. It's old. But it's like they were just destroying evidence. And they said they did. I mean, they pretty much did. It says the articles were weighed. Those in Jerusalem expected a proper accounting for what had been sent from Babylon. We may say this was more to prove the integrity of the men of Ezra's expedition. All the weight was written down at the time. They did careful accounting, as is fit in good stewardship. Yeah, keep a record, just like that census they told you to get. Samuel warned you. According to Babylon tradition, almost every transaction, including sales and marriages, had to be recorded in writing. Everything had to be in writing. Ezra may have had to send back a signed certification of the delivery of treasures. The children of those who had been carried away captive, who had come back from captivity, offered burnt offerings to God. Offered burnt offerings. The burnt offerings were to propitiate for sins. 12 bulls for all Israel. Though the tribes, there were only Benjamin and Judah, but they burned a bullock for each tribe. Here's a cool word. Yeshua. Yeshua. Joshua. It's funny, we started in that Genesis 36. It's like Esau had a son or something, almost the same name. Yeshua, he will save. Yeshua, the name of 10 Israelites, also a place in Palestine. Proper. Joshua, son of Nun, of the tribe of Ephraim, and successor to Moses, at the leader of the children of Israel, led the conquest of Canaan. Son of Nun. Driver Briggs. Joshua. Leader of the Israelites. Origen, writing in the 3rd century commentary, famously contended that the shepherd's author was the Hermes, to whom greetings were sent at the end of Apostles' letter to the Romans. Greetings, Accentrus, Pelagian, Hermes, Petropus, Hermas, and the brothers and sisters with them. According to Origen, this Hermes is the very author of the book called Shepherd. Eusebius repeats the notion. Same apostle in the greetings, the Romans remembered along with the others Hermes too, who is said to be the shepherd's author. Following Eusebius, Jerome does too, in his lives of illustrious men. Well, I got to wrap it up. Based on the transliteration provided, which appears to be a transcription of the Greek, it means destroying, doing away with, killing, or finishing off. It's a present participle of the verb. In its colloquial and formal Greek term derived the prefix meaning out, undoing, Canaan. Cylindra is a Latin form of the Greek term Cylindia, which refers to a specific type of Byzantine warship, transport vessel, particularly popular between the 7th and 12th centuries. It was a specialized ship used for transport or naval warfare, often equipped with oars. The term discussed in scholarly literature regarding maritime warfare, such as De Motus Greek, the Latin Cylindron, published in Byzantium. It's not a common Latin word. The measuring rod, like a reed, based on the phonetic spelling. Medieval Byzantine Greek relates to reeds. Reeds, derived from reed stalk, generally refers to cleared reeds. Clearing reeds, destroying reeds. We're going to clear the reeds, the wheats and the tares. Strip stalks and reeds removed. Clear reeds. This likely refers to clear reeds or cleared stalk beds, cut down, cleared out, pressed down, reeds cleared away. There's old Time magazine. I have to do a part 2 for old bicentennial Washington. There's a bicentennial issue. Thus ready, Beechnut taught them a song to sing, which he made up for the occasion, and then went away, leaving the children singing and riding old Polypod, keeping time by their music with the jolting of the horse. Old Polypod, the song was this: High and low, fast and slow, over the hills away we go. Round and square up in the air, the birds are singing, be gone dull care. How polypod, how mollypod, fumbling, rumbling, stumbling, polypod. The children sang this stanza with great glee at the top of their voice, adding every time they come to the end of it a chorus of loud and long continued shouts of laughter. After about 2 hours, Beechnut, looking out the yard and the garden, found the traces of disorder which Phony and Mayville had left in the walk opposite the border of the garden. And about the wagon in the yard, he put the things which Phony had left out in the place properly away, and noted the time required to do so. The time was 10 minutes. He then went in search of Phony. Well, Phony, he said, how do you like old Polypod? Oh, he'll contrive some way or another to tease us, said Chippity. You may depend. The bank swallows. When the swallows had talked so far, continued Beechnut, they stopped. It not seemed to know what to say next. I stood perfectly still all the time for fear that I should frighten them away. Presently, says Twit, hasn't the boy gone a house to live in? Yes, says Chippity. And a good bed to sleep in, says Twit. Yes, says Chippity, and a pillow to put his head upon, says. He punched several other small round holes in the ice at the end of his pole, and then finding it cold and comfortable standing on the pier, he went back to the house to report to Melville the result of his examination. The cold wind continued all day, but it went down in the evening. The sun set and the air became calm. The next morning the ice was perfectly solid and firm, and the air was calm, and the sky serene, and circumstances with all respects favorable for skating, sliding on the river. Several boys from the village came to skate and slide. One of them brought his sister with him, whose name was Carolyn. Carolyn proposed that Melville should go down with her to the shore and see the boys skate. Carolyn was much older than Melville and said that she would take care of her. Carolyn was a very courageous girl, and Melville felt quite safe under her guidance. Wallace had gone down some minutes before with his skates in his hand. Carolyn and Melville went to the bridge that leads across the brook just above the mouth. This bridge is not in sight in the front face view, being concealed by the trees and shrubbery on the point. The life of George Washington, to which the remarkable succession of striking scenes and incidents which it presents, in part and in general, as extremely picturesque, dramatic character, resemble the dramas of the post of additional particular, namely, and naturally divides itself into 5 quite distinct, in some respects strongly contrasting portions as follows. The years of Washington's childhood and youth, his first public career as civil military officer in the service of the British colonial authorities against the French and Indian in the Valley of Ohio, a period of 18 years of private life spent on his estate in Mount Vernon. Mount Vernon and arithmetic is what was reason. His military career during the War of the Revolution, the period of civil services in which he worked organization and administrating the government of the United States under the federal Constitution. It is with this last portion of the history of Washington that have most to do in this volume, considered as the continuation of the narrative of American history, which has brought by the last volume to a close of the War of the Revolution. In order, however, to understand and appreciate course which Washington pursued in his last great act of drama, we must consider somewhat particular the previous portion of his life, with a view of tracing the course of his experience, discipline, and trial by which he was prepared to pursue the line of action at the end of his career, which has given him a very excited place that occupies history, and made him the admiration of mankind. George Washington lived his early childhood with his father and mother and brothers and sisters in an old-fashioned Virginia farmhouse on the banks of the Potomac. I skipped rocks in that Potomac. Oh, that's been a long time ago. 30 years. Not far from its mouth. The house had roof sloping behind, almost down. Yeah, all the way down. Row, row, row. Yeah, First Chronicles says, Nun, his son, and Joshua, his son. Joshua, son of Nun, had done booths for not had done since the days of Joshua, the son of Nun. So the sons of Israel, until Reed was breaking down, destroying. Oh, here's a verb though. To dig down under, demolish, undermine. Definition. Scapto kata. To dig down. Torn down. There's one Jerusalem, two Jerusalem. This little heifer went wee all the way home. It's popping up. It's a hairy cow. Ruin. Destroy with the reeds. Wheats and the tares. The definition is pregnant. Look at that. Pregnant. Feminine noun. Concrete. Its ruins I will raise up. Oh, Jerusalem with no walls. Bringing back David's temple. Pregnant, busting forth. That measuring rod. Consult the Urim and Thummin. The Plumbline rod. For the dry bones. She's pregnant. We're going to have to do a part 2 on this one. That way I can break it open. But see here, I didn't get to this. But it's like one of the first things they told us. Here's maybe one in here. Oh man, where's it at? Oh, this is a good book. Back in the day, we got juniper berries. They were good for things. Alright, coughs and affirmations and stuff. But no, from the very beginning. It says, Thomas Jefferson, too, was eager to bring humans together by science. This went on. Jefferson did not see Talleyrand's proposal. Led away. Leading American mathematician, and Jefferson led the way toward a decimal monetary system, enforcing the new scheme of weights and measures. For the measurement of length, Jefferson thought some universal standard, preferably a unit found in nature, but he was troubled by the fact that Changes in temperature affected the length of objects, and so produced a basis system on time and motion. The rate of the rotation of the Earth on its axis was presumably uniform. They thought that about light too, and was equally accessible everywhere, following the traditions of so-and-so. So let the standard measure. Oh, I need my 10mm socket. I hate the metrics, but man, you'd lose those and you'd be up the creek here in 2000, whatever year it is. Standard and measured, he reported, be the uniform cylindrical rod of iron, such a length as latitude 45 and the level of the ocean. But they needed a standard of weights, just like they needed a standard of measurements. We're going to have to finish this off later, because it's going on 6 hours. But I got it out of my system. And pop goes the weasel. And remember, folks, stay hardy.